All right, well, Merritt, do you want to go ahead and get us started with some opening remarks?
Sure, thank you, Christian. So this is welcome to week 2 of our Club 20 policy meetings. We're starting out today with ag, and then we've got energy, education, and workforce, and then tomorrow we've got public lands and water with a joint meeting. So welcome to those meetings, and thank you to everybody that's on the call, and especially thanks to all of the chairs and co-chairs, because I know they're doing a ton of work to get all these things organized. and this to me is one of the Club 20's biggest strengths, is that this is where we really get the work done, and the sausage making and the rubber meets the road is in these policy committees, so that we are unified in terms of what we are going to support or oppose as the legislation goes on or issues come up. So really appreciate the chairs for these meetings. Just a couple things, as always, we want to have healthy discussions so that we can work out these details. We want to always listen, and we're always going to be respectful. So, well, thank you for doing that. And thanks for being on the call. One last reminder is that April 8th and 9th is going to be our spring conference. That will be in Grand Junction at the Doubletree Hotel. And we will do this, it's in person. There will be some Zoom options, but the date has been moved up from them. It moved up a day earlier, so April 8th and 9th at the Doubletree in Grand Junction. Hope to see you all there, and thanks again for everybody for being on the call. Back to you, Christian.
Thanks, Merritt. And if anybody has any issues registering for spring conference or needs some questions answered, just shoot us an email or give us a call, and we'll make sure you get taken care of. And with that, I'm super happy to turn it over to our 2 Ag Committee chairs, Ron Villard and Les Merkelman.
Well, we want to welcome you to the 2021 virtual winter policy meeting. Before we begin, we would like to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. So we'll assume a position and say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We'd also like to take a moment to thank our sponsors. As you know, Club 20 would not be able to be put on with the success of the events without the support of our generous sponsors. Our Agriculture Committee is sponsored by M4 Ranch. Thank you, Michael Murphy, for sponsoring us. And thanks to all of our sponsors. In accordance with our bylaws, we ask that only current Club 20 members participate and vote on matters of policy development. If you are interested in becoming a Club 20 member, please reach out to our members or to our staff for more information. We'd gladly take your money and let you vote like anybody else that is a member of our group. We ask that everyone please mute your audio so that you don't have feedback during the meeting. If you have any questions, please unmute and ask your question, or you can type in your question into the chat box. So if there's any question, you can chat that way, or you can raise your hand and we'll try to recognize you and go on that way. If you have no other announcements, then we'll begin with our meeting. We've had several conversations in the course of the last couple of weeks. The Ag Bill of Rights is a topic that we've talked about. The Senate Bill 87 is under close scrutiny of Club 20 and all the Agricultural Committee. There's a proposal for a livestock rights bill that's a little scary. I'm sure all of you have been in the livestock building or business are concerned with that. And I'd like to announce that those of you who have had some interest with 4-H or FFA and the FFA Foundation, the Colorado FFA Foundation has had in the years past a Hall of Fame banquet. And this has been held in Denver, but starting this year, they're going to have 2 banquets simultaneously, one in Montrose and one in Denver. And they're going to be recognizing the officiants, the ones that get recognized there this year. Mr. Gray from Montrose is going to be recognized posthumously. And going forward, there will always be one there. We bought a table there, and anybody that is interested in going, contact myself or the office and let us know. And you can buy tickets. If we get more than fills up one table, we'll get enough to fill up more. And we'll see that the local FFA chapter gets recognized for their share of the proceeds. Now we moving into today's program. I want to back up a little bit and kind of show you where I'm coming from. I've been spent 35 years as an ag backer. 70 years ago, I went into high school and joined FFA, and we were talking about the Malthusian doctrine and needing to feed the world because ag was going to grow at an arithmetic rate and population was going to grow at a geometric rate, and we were worried about how to feed people. By the time I got out of high school, we had already had to sell corn or wheat to Russia, and we didn't do anything right. We should have cracked the wheat because they turned it into seed and sold it to the rest of the world and got ahead of us in the wheat business. And by the time I got out of college, we were hybridizing cattle. We were getting wheat varieties going. They had discovered how to make fertilizer out of the terrible stuff, this natural gas, and we were growing gangbusters in agriculture, and they were saying, oh, we've got to get more food going, and we got to plow our fields, pull your fence posts out, and get all the food all going, and we can. And we were going crazy trying to produce more food. And along came my time I got out of college. The housewives were striking because we were needing more food. And so everybody became a cowboy. If you could buy some cattle, you could buy cattle. And I was in the sale barn business trying to be an auctioneer, and things were crazy. Anybody could buy cattle, and the market was just going goofy. And all of a sudden the bottom fell out. We had a price freeze, and we had bulls selling for $5 and $6, $7 a pound. And when that price freeze went off that Mr. Nixon put in, all of a sudden we couldn't get anything sold. And all of a sudden farmers went broke, and the next thing you know, a fraternity brother of mine hired me as a banker. And from then on, we had all sorts of fun moving on with ag strike in '74. Farmers couldn't get paid, one thing and another. And you know what? All of a sudden we realized that no matter what we did, you couldn't do anything without rain and dirt. That was kind of the history of everything. We had to have agriculture, but people were out of their way trying to put agriculture out of business. And over the years since then, we have done everything we can to seem like try to put agriculture out of business. And so I got into banking, and I've spent 35 years in it now. I've been out for about 10, 15. It seems like between rules and regulations, we have about put agriculture in a place that it can't even survive. So I invited a fellow to start us out, who was a cousin of my wife's. His family has been in agriculture. He's a dairyman. He's one of 4 left in Western Colorado. He's been very active. He's been on the National Dairy Association board. He's been on the Colorado Dairy Board. He serves in many local community agriculture committees. He and his lovely wife, Polly, have been active in all sorts of things. They have been involved 4 generations in farming, and they have survived. And you know what? If they don't survive, they're key to our ag economy over here, because there's only 4 farming or 4 dairies left, and they're our main our main cash buyers for farm goods, for the plowed farm fields. silage farmers, corn farmers. And they don't, if they're not here, all our products got to be shipped out of the Western Colorado. So I've invited Andy to tell us a little bit of the history he's got and the things that he's got to put up with going forward. So I've taken up too much time, but I've set the scene, I hope. So you can listen to Mr. Wick and he can fill us in on the history of how we got here and how he's facing it going forward. And then we're going to finish out today talking about water and the things going forward. So Andy, take it away.
Thank you, Les. Thank you, all of you, for your generosity in having me today. I grew up south of Cedar Edge on a small ranch, and that taught me the qualities of hard work and a deep love that can grow between people and animals. This love was epitomized especially by my granddad. His family moved to Cedar Edge in the 1920s from Kansas. Every morning and evening, you'd hear the vacuum pump start up to milk the 25 head of Holstein cows. They had an old Surge bucket milkers where it actually sat on the floor under the cow. When I remember this time, it was in the 1950s and 60s. Granddad would then carry the milk to the separator building where the cream separator was located. The cream was cooled and shipped daily to the Challenge butter plant in Eckerd. The skim milk was fed to hogs. My wonderful wife, Polly Jo, and I are high school sweethearts. She was the daughter of a grade A dairy farmer. Irvin, my father-in-law, loved it when Polly started dating a farm kid. I could come in occasionally and milk so he could have the evening off or a few days off. They purchased the original dairy in 1966. Polly and I were married during college days and needed to return to the farm because of health reasons of my father-in-law. But being honest with myself, I think I inherited my granddad's deep love for cows. You've guessed it by now. We went into the dairy business and eventually bought the dairy in 1981. In the 70s, we marketed our milk through a co-op, Western Colorado Milk Producers. As I recall, there were about 60 producers then. The market for our milk was Meadow Gold in Delta, Climbers in Grand Junction, Crescent in Fruita, and Russell Stovers in Montrose. By the late 1980s, our co-op membership shrugged off a bunch and we went from about 60 down to about 25. By then, Climbers and Crescent had both closed. The co-op needed to merge to survive, so we combined into MIDA, Mountain Empire Dairymen's Association, and that would have been out of Denver. In the 1990s, Intermountain Milk Producers, headquartered in Salt Lake City, merged into MIDA, and we formed WDCI, Western Dairy Farmers Cooperative Incorporated. Pressure continued on all of us in the form of federal and state agencies that on environmental stewardship practices. Dairies were forced to build lagoons and berms and keep daily records on where and when manure was hauled and spread. There was even a column for weather conditions that day. Nitrogen and phosphorus were the two main elements they were trying to keep out of the waterways. Because our customer base was getting fewer and bigger, example, City Market, Smith's were bought up or merged in with Kroger, Albertsons and Safeway joined. Co-ops nationwide would see benefits of merging more. So about a dozen of us co-ops merged to make up DFA, Dairy Farmers of America. That was about in 2005. I served on the board of directors of every co-op and many of those on the executive board. About 10 years ago, Metagold and Delta closed. Last year, Russell Stover closed. Our markets are now Denver. As dairy farmers always pay the freight to market, our freight has gone from around 50 cents a hundredweight to $1.75 a hundredweight, and will slowly increase to $2.05 a hundredweight over the next 5 years. We now have 4 dairies left in western Colorado, as Les said. I do want to point out that dairying is not the only egg sector in transition. We dairy in Orchard City, but most of the fruit trees now are gone. Sugar beets are gone. Potatoes are nearly gone. Hemp was a hot flash, but seems to be cooling off. In the future, no one has a crystal ball, but I'll tell you, I can get rather pessimistic. Seems like we have a lot of educated fools nowadays that are opposed to new technologies, but yet new technologies is what's going to save us. We had BST, bovine somatotrophin, available to us in the 80s, and it was actually Walmart started advertising milk as BST free, and then other stores had to compete, so they started selling BST free milk, and that it just ruined that technology for us. And so before long, they didn't even want BST in, and that doesn't even show up in milk. That's a hormone you give to cows. And so it's a shame we lost that technology. And so I worry that that same sort of thing is going to happen in the future. BST allows you to get more milk out of cows than they normally would have given. And so that actually helps with the environment too. We could have been producing the same amount of milk with about 30% less cows right now. And so you can't have it both ways. If you're opposed to technology, you're gonna, well, there's pluses and minuses and trade-offs and everything. Gene editing is another one that will make plants more tolerant for disease. That has to come. One of our biggest challenges right now is the drought, but we'll just have to live through that. You kind of manage around it. But what it is forcing us to do is truck our feed stuff farther from people we've never bought from before. We're actually hauling quite a bit of hay up from Dove Creek now and up from the San Luis Valley. And just for our little dairy here, we spend over $1 million a year just in wages. The average wage that we pay is $18 to $22 an hour for milkers. And the management is 3 times higher than that. How long will we be here? I'd say 20 more years. We have young people here that love dairying, love cows, love animals, and they'll hang on, and I think we'll survive. But anyway, Christian, that's really all I prepared because I did want to save some time for questions and answers, if that's okay. Thank you.
Definitely. And I wrote into the chat, but if you do have questions for Mr. Blick, you can either write them into the chat box, you can use your raise your hand feature, or you can just go ahead and unmute yourself and ask your question.
And you can call me Andy.
Well, I like to be respectful, but yes, I will call you Andy. That's
Okay.
what being raised in the military will have you do, is everybody's Mr. and Mrs. and ma'am and sir.
Okay, well, thank you for that. I try to be respectful also. Thank you.
What questions do we have for Andy?
So Christian, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Merritt.
So thank you, Andy, for being on the call today. And I love your story. And I think we all tend to get a little pessimistic at times, but in your opinion, what do you think is the biggest thing we could do to entice and retain our young people to go into agriculture? Does that start at the university or in schools? What can we do to keep our agriculture alive in the USA?
The dairies have gotten fewer but larger. Our dairy here produces as much milk as Western Colorado milk producers used to produce. And so, and it's that way all over. A lot of the dairies now in Colorado are in Northeast Colorado, in the Greeley, Windsor area, even clear out as far as Yuma. And so, and the milk plants are there too. Cheese plants are there. And so it isn't so much that, and people are consuming more and more all the time, especially in the cheese. And so it isn't so much, what are we going to do to have dairy survive? It's going to be, how can they survive here? And I think that's a good question, because there's probably $1 a hundredweight to $1.25 a hundredweight advantage they have over us just in freight on the milk. And then the feed industry is growing in that area too to take care of the dairies. Where over here it's slowly disappeared. We used to buy a lot of our dairy feeds from the feed mill there, Farmland Industries there in Fruita. And then we slowly switched to Foster Farms and Delta. And now we're actually bringing them in from Salt Lake, because they are more active in catering to what we need with the vitamins and minerals and stuff like that, all prepackaged for us. And so I don't know that I have an answer for your question. The one thing we have going for us that outweighs a lot of it is we have such nice weather here. And that is worth about 10 pounds per cow right there, I would say. And by the way, I mentioned selling milk by the hundredweight. And the reason we do that is because the transportation is all done per hundredweight. And we need to be eager to endorse. Well, right now we're shipping on quad axle trailers that will carry 82,000 pounds of milk. They're just enormous compared to what we used to have. Well, now they have quad axle trailers that are the same length, but they're just bigger around. And they'll carry about 105,000 pounds of milk. And so we need to be willing to keep our roads in shape and all that, so we can manage around the freight with just bigger trucks and bigger loads. And And so that's something we can do, I'm sure. And then just encourage people to, I guess, well, we need to educate people that ag's good. Cow manure is a wonderful fertilizer. It's not or it doesn't have to be a poison or anything like that. And so those are all things we can work toward. The reason we have survived is because we get more production per cow. We've won awards for the highest producing herd in Colorado on numerous occasions. We have won national awards for quality milk. And then we get paid on quality as well. So it's things like that's how we've been able to survive, and that's how people will survive in the future.
And Andy, we do have one comment question here in the chat box, not to cut you off.
Okay.
It says with growth, it's from Douglas Tooley. It says, with growth predictions for the Western Slope, do you have any optimism for improved economies of scale, including premium organic products? The one produce I'm aware of that is in the general sphere is the Rocking W cheese producer.
Yeah, the Rocking W would be the Webb Dairy to the west of Olathe. Jim and his wife, I believe, got a grant through the state to originally start their cheese plant. And I hope they're successful at it. They make good cheese. But even right now, the milk truck goes to their dairy barn and picks up the raw milk, drives 150 feet, and then loads the raw milk to the cheese plant. And then it's measured both places. And then the rest of it then goes on to Denver to balance the market. Organic, unfortunately, we are not organic because you have to be able to buy organic feed. And I'm not opposed in any way to being an organic producer, but there's no organic feed growing here, or at least not in the quantities that we would need. It's just strange. And organic milk, I have to be careful commenting on this because I can't get rather on a soapbox. But the main thing, you can't use any antibiotics in your cows. Well, cows are living beings that will get an infection once in a while. And most organic dairies that I know of that have been successful, they have both commercial dairies and organic. And that way, if a cow gets sick and they can put them on antibiotics, then after, of course, we all have to withhold milk for a certain number of days after they're well, but then we can still market it in a commercial dairy. And so they actually have both kinds of dairies on their operation. And that way they can make it work. But the one thing that they do is charge a lot for that organic milk, but it's really no better for you. And anyway, the co-op actually hauls all the organic milk because we're the ones that own the trucks. And so we'll pick it up and haul it to an organic plant and then go back and start hauling conventional milk right behind it. But anyway, I don't see much future in organic here because there's no organic feed. I hope that answers that question.
Thank you. And Les, I'm going to turn to you. We do have Carlisle and Steve Garcher have questions, but I do see that we're about 10 minutes over on time, so I'm not sure how you'd like to proceed.
I think we probably need to move on to
Okay.
keep in timeline. So we'll see if we can get the questions passed on and get some answers later.
And Andy, if you are able to, would you be able to answer those in the chat feature?
Sure.
Okay, great. So if you guys want to go ahead and write your questions in there, he can continue answering questions as we turn to our next presenter.
I'll turn it over to Ron to do that.
Thank you, Les. This is with all of the issues that have been going on in the Grand Valley and the Colorado River drainage and the basin states. Les and I thought it would probably be interesting if we could get some information from the Colorado River District regarding some water usage impacts. And Zane Kessler has agreed to speak to us today, and I really appreciate it, Zane. So thank you, and you're on.
Thank you, Ron and Les. Appreciate you as co-chairs keeping me in the loop and all the work you guys did to get this meeting together today. I'm going to share my screen if I can. If you guys don't mind, let me know if you can see my presentation here.
Yes, we can see it, Zane.
All right. Great. Well, thank you all again. It's good to see a number of you. I haven't seen a number of you in person in quite some time, but with the way things are looking, I'm hoping we can have some summer meetings together. And we're aiming to have in-person board meetings this summer at the River District, and of course would welcome you all to join us at those anytime you've got interest in West Slope water and or need information. So for those of you that aren't aware of who the River District is, we are the principal water policy and planning agency for the Western Slope. We were formed in 1937 to lead in the protection, conservation, use, and development of the water resources of the Colorado River Basin. We're the largest special district of any kind in the state, cover nearly 1/3 of the total landmass of the state. We represent the territory that holds the largest amount of water in the state, with about 80% of the total water resources for the Centennial State. But of course, we are a largely rural region that only contains about 10% of the population. So there's naturally a political imbalance that we are there to try and counterweight. We were formed out of controversy. We were formed directly in response to the development of the Colorado Big Thompson Trans Mountain Diversion, what was in the 30s and still is today the largest federal project taking water from West Slope over to the growing Front Range. We have 15 board representatives representing each of the counties in the district, and we're funded through a mill levy. I've worked very closely with many of you over the last year, specifically on a question that went to the voters last November, ballot measure 7A, and want to thank Club 20 for their support of that important measure to help ensure that the River District had both the financial security to continue protecting West Slope water in the future, as well as a new revenue stream to help fund West Slope water projects. That's not the topic of my presentation today, but I'm happy to answer questions on that if you have them. So the district is zooming out a little bit. We represent the four principal tributaries of the larger Colorado River Basin in the West, or on the West Slope. That's the Yampa, the Green, the White, the Gunnison, and of course the main stem of the Colorado. When you take our district alone produces about 65% of the natural flow of the Colorado River. Southwestern District, our sister agency in the Four Corners region, when you bring in their watersheds, Colorado's West Slope as a whole produces 75% of the Colorado River Basin's natural flow. I want to talk because we're talking about agriculture today, and ag is, of course, the largest single user of water in the basin, both the upper basin and the lower basin. And so when we talk about protecting West Slope water and keeping it on the western slope, we're talking about all water users, from ag to recreation to environment to municipal and industrial. But with agriculture being the largest senior holder of water rights in the district, as well as the largest consumer of water on the western slope, that is a core focus of our work. And many of the issues and the challenges that I'm going to unpack over the next few minutes have a direct tie to ag. And so I think this is the first time I've presented to the ag committee at Club 20, but obviously the work we do on the water committee and the work we do at the district is very closely tied to the agricultural economies that support our West Slope way of life. So let's talk a little bit about challenges, and I'll check in a few minutes. I'm guessing I have about 5 to 7 minutes, so we're going to have to move pretty quickly here. But challenges related to water supply and agriculture on the western slope. We're in what I think we all recognize is a 21-year drought in the Colorado River Basin. If you look at this map, this is temperature change data from 1895 to 2018, compiled by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration in Boulder. You can see here that temperature change over the last 120 plus years is not consistent across the nation. But one thing we know is that in Western Colorado, we are lying underneath one of the most significant hotspots, the largest hotspot in the continental US. Zooming into a county level, we've got major temperature rise as a result of the ongoing drought. Mesa County alone has seen a 4.2 degree Fahrenheit rise or change in temperature over the last 120 years. Rio Blanco, 4.3, even up into the headwaters in Eagle and eastern Garfield County, you're seeing 2.5 to 3.5 and more degree Fahrenheit rise. That presents significant challenges for our water users and our water availability and administration. Specifically because we know from a handful of studies that have been done over the last decade that with every single degree of Fahrenheit rise, we see a 3 to 5% reduction in stream flow. That's from a variety of reasons. One reason, which might be perceived as not a totally negative impact on ag, is that the riparian areas and the agricultural areas that pull water from the river have a longer growing season. The Compadre project in Western Colorado, for example, its ditches go on about 2 weeks earlier than is historically normal and go off about 2 to 3 weeks later than normal. So that's 4 to 5 weeks of additional growing season associated with hotter temperatures. But that also means that there is more consumption of water. Soil temperature is soil moisture is another major contributor to a decreased amount of flow in the rivers. As we see hotter, drier temperatures, we're seeing our soils dry out first. So when we do get a normal or a decent snowpack for the year, a lot of that water is going to restoring soil moisture before it goes to where it would normally or naturally flow into the rivers. So we're seeing a handful of issues and challenges related to drought and a hotter, drier climate on the western slope. That's throughout the Colorado River Basin as well. It's not just Western Colorado. As a result of the ongoing drought, our storage supply in the Colorado River system is I don't think it's hyperbolic to say it's approaching dangerously low. In the upper basin here, you can see all the major buckets that are reservoirs within the Colorado River Storage Project system. Lake Powell, our most important bucket, our savings account that ensures we can meet our compact compliance to the lower basin, sits today at 39% of capacity. We're within 50 to 100 feet of losing the ability to produce hydropower at Powell. That's a presents major risk for water users on the western slope. Blue Mesa here, you can see, is still less than half full from the hammering that it took a few years ago. So we're not looking good from a reservoir storage perspective right now. But the River District is engaged and is working every day to protect West Slope water users and make sure that we have a seat at the table related to big river conversations and drought mitigation and drought contingency planning issues. Two major things going on right now that could impact West Slope agriculture. The one that I'll talk the most about here, because we're short on time, is drought contingency planning. The Upper Basin signed a drought contingency plan 3 years ago that includes a three-pronged approach to trying to address our storage and delivery obligation problems on the Big River. The first is reservoir reoperations. The reason we have these reservoirs and this infrastructure in place is to make sure that we've got water to send downstream in the driest of dry times. What we're looking at here is, and what reservoir reoperations means, is just essentially taking the big buckets in Flaming Gorge, Navajo, and Blue Mesa, and taking that supply and sending it directly down to Powell to try and bolster levels there to keep hydropower production up and keep us in compliance on the Colorado River Compact. Second is cloud seeding. We don't need to go into a lot there. There's, it's a rather cheap and somewhat effective way to try and bolster snowpack in specific areas. And then the last and most controversial is demand management, which could have a direct impact on agriculture. River District is engaged in the demand management conversation and has been lobbying hard at the state level to ensure that this program does not unduly burden agricultural communities. We've lobbied to ensure that any demand management program considered by the state is voluntary, temporary, and compensated in nature, so that agricultural producers or any other water user that's being asked to reduce their water consumption is not forced into it. They're fairly compensated for it, and it's only a voluntary program. We're not talking about buy and dry or any permanent dry up of agricultural lands on the western slope. I will say the River District Board has not taken a position on demand management. We haven't supported it or opposed it at this point, but they've instructed us to be at the table to ensure that western slopes water interests are protected and represented in the conversation. That said, we're doing a handful of things to inform that conversation and protect West Slope ag. Many of you are aware of the multi-year Colorado River risk study that is still ongoing. We're in phase 3 or 4 of that study, which is just taking a very close look at our western slope water rights, both pre and post compact, and understanding better what the risk to each sub-basin on the western slope would be if there were a call on the Big River. The second is secondary economic impact study of demand management. We're very concerned about demand management and its impacts on western slope economies, largely because we know that our agricultural economies on the western slope are interconnected. And if we start paying to dry up alfalfa production or dairy feed production on the western slope, it's not just the negative economic impacts of that could be far-reaching. It's the co-op on that's selling their seed to the farmer rancher. It's the tractor dealership. It's the insurance agent on Main Street. The negative externalities of a demand management program need to be looked at in a holistic way so that we know exactly what those economic impacts might look like before we decide to go into a program or participate in a program like demand management. And then lastly, we're developing, and it's ongoing right now, but we have our own stakeholder process, specifically talking to West Slope water users in the ag space, in the municipal and industrial space, and all water users on the West Slope, to ensure that our opinions are adequately represented, and to ensure that those opinions and the needs of Western Slope water users are represented in any state stakeholder process. So that's a process that's running in parallel, and I truly believe is complementary to the state's overall process. As I said earlier, we're intent on ensuring that demand management is not solely placed on the back of agricultural water users on the Western Slope. Infrastructure investment, as we talked about at the outset of this conversation, and then I'll wrap up after this slide. But infrastructure investment is going to be critical. We've got to help our agricultural producers and our water users in Western Colorado improve their infrastructure and provide opportunities, both financial and technical assistance to help ensure that our producers have what they need to keep producing and keep creating jobs and keep driving our economies in a hotter, drier future. That is one of the key components of 7A and the resulting partnership projects funding program that the River District recently announced. Is as a result of that mill levy increase in November, we've got $5 million a year in grants that we can give out to producers and water users on the West Slope to upgrade their systems, to line and pipe ditches, to pressurize systems, and just to, again, make sure that our producers and our water users are well prepared going into what's predicted to be a hotter, drier decade to come. So with that, I will say thank you, and happy to take any questions. Before I answer questions, there was one slide I didn't get to. One of the largest risks that we see to West Slope Ag right now is the outside investment by Wall Street and San Francisco based hedge funds in our water resources on the Western Slope. I won't spoil my boss's presentation, but I'll give it a teaser. Andy Mueller, our general manager, is going to speak directly to this topic at tomorrow's Public Lands and Natural Resource and Water Joint Committee meeting. So I'd encourage you to log in and watch that. But suffice it to say, we are increasingly concerned and doing everything we can to try and protect against the outside speculation and commoditization of our water resources in Western Colorado. Thank you. I hope I didn't go too fast, and I know we were short on time. So
no, Zane, you did excellent. I appreciate a very informative presentation, and I thank you very much. And I see there are some questions. Christian, do you want to
Sure.
tell the questions, please?
Yes. So the first one that I see was in the chat box from Steve Child. Steve says, what are the implications of the Utah pipeline project on the amount of water available to Colorado from the river? How does it impact the compact and the Upper Basin States compact?
Thank you, Commissioner. That's an excellent question. And one thing our risk study has found is that the system as a whole, the risk of a compact call increases significantly when we see additional depletions and large projects on the horizon. So right now, the risk is significant of a compact call. When you put in Lake Powell Pipeline and some of the larger development proposals, Aaron Millions project, which still seems to be on the books, that would pump water from the Green River over to the Front Range, as well as the Lake Powell Pipeline and some of these larger depletions, that increases the risk of compact non-compliance significantly. I don't have my notes in front of me on that, but Commissioner, I'd be happy to chat with you offline or send to the committee the information from our risk study that specifically addresses that.
Thank you, Zane. Our next question comes from Merritt Linky.
Okay, thank you, Zane, for being on the call. And I'm glad you mentioned that Andy's going to talk about the water speculation tomorrow. That's a big concern for us here in Grand County. As you know, we're the ground zero for Trans Mountain diversions with the Big Thompson project right here. So thank you for talking about that history. So my question, and this is kind of my soapbox too, is that we all know, and I preach this all the time, is that we all know that everything is connected to everything and that we fix one thing and we create problems somewhere else. So my soapbox is about these forest fires. You know, we burned up with 2 fires, and we always forget about the Williams Fork fire, which was 14,000 acres. So we burned up almost 20% of our total lands in Grand County, almost 20%, and about 25 or 26% of our public lands in that fire. So we always talk about climate change, but my everything is connected, everything soapbox is that whatever causes climate change, I'm saying that these forest fires are contributing to it.
Yeah.
And we know that CO2 is a net these forests, these unhealthy forests are net emitters of CO2 prior to fire because of the millions of acres of dead trees.
Yeah.
So when these fires happen, it even gets worse because we're putting tons and tons of CO2 in the atmosphere. We're putting heat into the atmosphere, and then we're killing the carbon sink. So I know
Right.
that's kind of out of the wheelhouse of the river district, but I think it's all connected because that directly affects the watershed. So is there any work or any collaboration that you guys are doing as a river district to address some of these watershed issues, which creates a ton of other problems in terms of water quality and even water quantity or water timing for sure? So just
Right.
talk about any collaboration that you guys are doing regarding that issue.
Yeah, so that's excellent topic of conversation. I wish we had another hour to dive into that, but Commissioner, I appreciate your leadership on that issue and keeping that conversation and that part of the conversation front and center. I think there are a handful of examples that I could point to where the district is engaging on wildfire preparation, healthy forests, and mitigation of wildfire impacts, sadly, after the forests have burned. A lot of that occurs at the state and federal policy level. I think you were engaged in conversations with us with Senator Bennett related to finding funding to actually go in and help restore some of these forests and improve the overall health of those forests. There's the amount of trees we have per acre in a lot of our lodgepole stands right now is unhealthy. There's no debate about it. I've been talking with Scott Fitzwilliams at the Forest Service and others about what the Biden administration can do to come in and help us thin out some of these forests, improve our watershed quality, both quantity and quality, as well as prevent against the continual threat of more fires. There's, again, it's such a behemoth issue. I think all I can say is I agree with everything you're saying, and that we're doing everything we can on the policy front to find dollars to go in and thin out some of these forests, as well as to put some of our own dollars to work. The River District was very clear, my board of directors was very clear that they wanted to see any dollars given out through our new funding program used as a catalyst to attract more dollars from state and federal sources to address issues exactly like this. And I think there are a couple of project proposals coming out of Grand County that deal with both mitigation of the impacts you saw from last year's fire season, as well as hopefully restoring the health of some of these forests to make sure we don't see anything like that again. But that's a pretty tall order, to be honest.
Thank you, Zane. Yes, it's a big question. Just always want to preach that a little bit. So thank you.
Thank you.
And I know we do have one question in the chat, and then Steve Garcher has his hand raised. Zane, would you be able to answer those questions through the chat feature?
I'd be happy to. Yep.
Okay. So Steve, if you wouldn't mind typing your question into the chat feature so we can try to get back on schedule here. And I'll hand it back over to our Ag Committee chairs.
Thank you, Christian. Zane, appreciate all your presentation. So I want to move on to the next presentations. And we're fortunate on the West Slope to have two individuals, Janie Van Winkle and Carlisle Courier. Janie is the president of the Colorado Cattlemen's Association. Carlisle is the president of the Farm Bureau, Colorado Farm Bureau. So they're our next two presenters, and I'm not sure, Jane or Carlisle, who's first.
Well, Carlisle and I talked about how this could work and that we would kind of each take a segment of it. So I'll begin with some of the issues that we're seeing on the Front Range and out of Colorado right now. I just want to make sure, are you hearing me okay?
You're great. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Well, thank you for having me. I'm very appreciative that Colorado Cattlemen's is invited to the conversation today and around all the issues here on the Western Slope particularly. I would like to go back to a comment that Andy made in the opening presentation that it truly is very hard to stay positive right now in the environment. The drought's forefront in our mind. We're getting just hammered. It seems like every other day there's another issue coming at us. And so it is really difficult. However, I appreciated the question that was asked, how do we keep our young people involved and engaged and connected to what we're doing? And I think that one of the really critical pieces is around educating the public. My perspective is that we, not only do we have to know in the beef side of things how to fix fence and how to understand an entire herd health program, but I think it's a requirement that we understand how to advocate for what we're doing as well. So connecting with our consumers, as frustrating as it gets sometimes when the outdoor recreation community doesn't want cows on public lands, and we get so frustrated around some of the things with gates being left open and all those problems, it's still important that we have an open dialogue with those folks, because number one, they're our consumers, and number two, they're voting on things that have direct impact on us, like one of the ones we're going to talk about here shortly in the WWOOF ballot initiative. The other thing I just want to say is that through all these conversations, I think we've kind of lost what agriculture truly is about. And that's about food and fiber production. It's about food security. So I have reached a point where I just want to make sure that we're having that conversation around food security anytime we're talking about whether it's sustainability or regenerative ag or any of those kinds of questions. If you don't have a full belly, if your kids are hungry, none of the rest of this matters. So we have to talk about, when we're advocating for agriculture, we have to talk about food security. So that's my soapbox. It seems like we've all kind of been there today. The first issue I want to talk about is around the WWOOF introduction into Colorado and the ballot initiative. And today that will be in the Senate. There's the Senate Ag Committee at the hearing on Senate Bill 105 regarding putting some belts and suspenders, if you will, around the conversation and just how that conversation is going to take place. So the critical piece is that the stakeholders, the people who are going to be impacted, have some input into this conversation. And with the governor's push to make this happen sooner than later, we just we want to make absolute certain that that's happening. And my understanding is that I believe yesterday or in the last few days, there's been an amendment made to Senate Bill 105 that would include that not only do we have a stakeholder group and a technical working group as advisories to the commission on this, but we would also have a group that is composed of county commissioners that would be an advisory group with that too. So hopefully that can gain some traction and again, really bring some common sense back into this whole issue. We, as producers, we hear very clearly that the voters have spoken, but we still have to figure out how we're going to protect our livestock, how we're going to protect the wildlife, that's out there. One of my big concerns, I love seeing the moose on Grand Mesa, and that's one of my big concerns, absolutely. So again, in the interest of time, I'll move along. I've got 3 things to cover. The second one is there's quite a bit of chatter around an animal welfare ballot initiative that's been proposed by 2 young men one out of Boulder and one out of Broomfield. If you've not heard about this, there's a couple of pieces to this puzzle. One is that they are limiting that an animal cannot be harvested until it has lived at least 25% of its life. And in this proposal, they have determined what they consider to be the average lifespan. So a cow, for example, they would expect to live 20 years. And so therefore you could not harvest a bovine for food consumption until it had lived at least 5 years. That's a little concerning. That's a lot concerning to those of us in the beef community. The same is true in pork. It's poultry, sheep. It's across the board, and so that's a really concerning piece. The other piece, again, back to kind of some of the things that Andy was talking about with technology, it also limits what can be done with an animal in regards to a lot of reproductive technology that we're using, AI, pregnancy palpation, a lot of those kind of things. So that just, it's unbelievable, frankly, that we've come to this point, but it is in the title setting stage. Colorado Farm Bureau, Colorado Cattlemen's, and Colorado wool growers are working diligently to deal with this in the title setting stage. So that's kind of where that's at this point. One of the questions, and again, a lot of the chatter that I've seen, particularly on social media, is around, how can this happen? And I heard a really good analogy on a call that I was on last week, that if someone wanted to introduce unicorns into Colorado, you could literally have a ballot initiative put together, and it could appear on the ballot to introduce unicorns. So that's kind of indicative of the bigger issue around our ballot initiative process, that we really need to deal with that. So the third thing I want to talk just briefly about is the Meat In movement that has really gained some traction in the last couple of weeks, the last 10 days. Our governor, as you know, did a proclamation announcing a Meat Out Day on March 20th. And Colorado has responded, I think, very effectively with a Meat In Day. So we're asking folks to meet in your favorite restaurant. Let's support the people who've struggled really hard through the pandemic. Let's help our local Main Street businesses, whether it's a restaurant or a grocery store. Meet in your backyard and have a barbecue. We're just really asking for support across the board. And we've certainly seen that. We've seen it from not just the rural communities, but also the more urban areas. And also in the metropolitan areas, folks have reached out and said, what can we do to support this movement of Meat In? So that's quite exciting. We've seen a number of proclamations, certainly a lot of events happening. If you're not familiar of anything going on in your community, reach out to Colorado Cattlemen's, Farm Bureau. I know that we're trying to keep track of these. There's a lot of it's just homegrown. It's really coming up from the grassroots, these events and activities. So with that, I would entertain a few questions. How are we doing for time, Ron?
Jeannie, we're doing good. Before you take questions, I do want to mention to the group our congratulations from Club 20 to you and Callie Henderson, your sister, for getting the Trailblazer Award for 2021 from the Denver Business Bureau. I think that's fantastic, and we just wanted to tell you how much we think it's fantastic. So thank you.
Well, absolutely. That's quite an honor to share, particularly with Callie, my sister, Callie Hendrickson. Most of you probably know Callie. So that's certainly an honor. But in my case, it's really rather humbling to be representing the beef producers across the state. I mean, we're all in this together, and there's a lot of hard work from a lot of hardworking people. So thank you. I appreciate that, Ron.
Well, congratulations again. So thank you.
Thank you.
So Christian, I'm sure there's some questions out there for
I
Janie.
think most of them have been answered. The Andy Mueller's presenting at tomorrow's Water and Public Lands Committee for anybody who wants to jump in on that. Same Zoom link. That committee will be a joint meeting from 8:30 until 11:30 tomorrow morning. Meet-in day is March 20th, so it's right around the corner. And Jody asks, Janie, are the people behind the Animal Welfare Initiative informed about agriculture and food production? I'm just curious about their understanding based on what you have presented thus far, that they are grossly uninformed.
And absolutely, they are. It appears, I don't know them personally, but it appears they are rather uninformed, and it's part of a bigger agenda, I think, to stop food production from an animal side, from the livestock side. So, but unfortunately, a lot of our consumers / voters have that same direction. So it's something that could gain traction. It seems absolutely ludicrous to those of us in the community, the livestock community, but it could certainly gain some traction in the more urban areas. So that's why I truly believe that in order for us to move forward in the livestock side of things, we have to become, and not just livestock, but all of food production, we have to become much more informed about how to advocate for ourselves.
Thanks, Janie.
Thank you. Yep.
Anything
And I
else,
don't
Christian?
see any more questions at this time.
Okay, thank you. Carlisle, you're next.
Hey, thank you. Thank you for the invitation, and thank you, Janie, for your good presentation. I just wanted to follow up on one thing you talked about, the meet-in, and did a good job. I was in the town of Kiowa last night at a meeting, and they're having a free barbecue in Elizabeth on the 20th, and asked for reservations because so they know how much meat to have. They were expecting to have maybe 100 people or so. They're already up to over 1,000 reservations, and they're starting to scratch their head. How are we going to have barbecue for that many people? But I think they'll get it done. This has really picked up momentum. I think the governor did a great job of promoting our product for us. I don't think that was his intention. I'll cover a few other bills that are important to agriculture. Of course, the Ag Labor Bill, Senate Bill 87, was already mentioned. It will be heard in committee next Wednesday. We really appreciate the way a lot of groups, and like Club 20, have come out in support of the ag industry and in opposing this bill. We had a call with the sponsor, Senator Danielson, on Tuesday, and it went a lot better than the first call we had with her, but she's still not willing to compromise on the major issues. I think she really doesn't have much control over the bill, that she's just presenting it for the groups that have written the bill. On the very positive side of it, the fiscal note was established yesterday and released, and it came out with a fiscal note of $476,000. And I think that'll really help defeat the bill, because I think the Appropriations Committee is going to see there's not that kind of money available to spend on a bill like this. Also, Senator Rhonda Fields, who signed on initially as a co-sponsor, has asked to be taken off as a co-sponsor of the bill. So it's kind of losing momentum. Senator Donovan, that represents part of the Western Slope, has been real good to work with on this. And I think she sees it partly as a challenge if she's going to run for 3rd Congressional District next year to not get this bill stopped. So we're making progress on that. I think we're probably have the votes to kill it in committee next week, but we need to keep the pressure on. Another bill I might touch on is a House Bill 1181. It's a agriculture soil health program. it's not entirely a bad bill. There's some things in that are helpful to agriculture. Our biggest question is, do we need to create a new bureaucracy within the Department of Agriculture to do this? We already have conservation districts in most areas of the state, and I think rather than starting a new bureaucracy is to empower the conservation districts we already have to be able to do the things that this bill calls for, and take the funding that's in this bill to empower those conservation districts more. You know, nearly the entire state, except for a little bit of the Front Range, is covered by conservation districts, and we are pushing for that change in the bill. It's a little bit difficult to convince some people of that. They've never seen a bureaucracy they didn't like, and so to stop new ones from being created is sometimes be a little tough. There's some things that haven't been introduced yet that we see coming down the road that need mention. One positive one is the economic stimulus package that the governor has been putting together. There's some real positives in that. We've been working with the governor's office and dealing with where that money will go, and it looks like there's going to be a fair amount of money in that package for rural development and for agriculture and for water project development. I think there probably be in the neighborhood of $10 to $20 million designated just for helping with already shovel-ready water projects and improvements, and so we are getting some positives out of that. There's a transportation funding bill that has not yet been introduced, and we don't know for sure what all is going to be in that, but we know there will probably be fees on they don't call it a gas tax increase, they call it a fee that will be on our fuels, as well as charges for electronic vehicles, charges for delivery services and rideshare services. We don't know what all is going to happen in that bill because they're still in the process of writing it. Another bill that concerns us is a healthcare bill, the Colorado option, as they call it, that we're very concerned about. Could have very negative effects on small businesses, and particularly on individual proprietors like farmers. A few things I wanted to comment on the national level as well. The Protecting America's Wilderness Act was passed by the House. We have a lot of concerns about that. Most of us know that a successful agricultural operation, particularly livestock grazing on public lands and in the mountains, is dependent on multiple use of national forests. There was a letter came out, or article last year that from some of the so-called environmental groups that said they wanted 30 million more acres of wilderness area in Colorado by 2030. That could be devastating to agriculture in Western Colorado, and I think we need to be careful. That land was protected when it was put in national forest, and BLM, it doesn't give more protection to take it out of proper management. It makes it so it's not managed, and we keep hearing that everybody supports this and that it's good for agriculture. It's not good for agriculture, and we need to watch the bill closely. We're very dependent on multiple use of those public lands. Western Water Security Act was introduced this week by Representative Grobert. It's the same bill basically that Scott Tipton tried to get in the last couple of years. And with the politics in Washington, it's probably not going to go anywhere, but she at least is making an effort to try to put that bill in. One of the big concerns we have at the national level is state and gift taxes. We don't know for sure what's going to happen there, but there's some pretty scary things that are being talked about. For example, reducing the current exemption from estate tax, which is 11.5 million, down at least to 5 million, or maybe even as low as 3 million. It doesn't take a very big farm anymore to have well over $3 million in valuation. Even just inventories of equipment and livestock and whatnot can push it up close to that before you even start talking about the real estate value. There's also proposals to increase capital gains tax and to charge capital gains at the time of a person's death. At the current time, land has a step-up basis when it goes through a state process, when someone passes away and the land goes through probate or goes through the state process to the heirs, it is revalued at its current value, not at the long-term value that it was purchased at years before. One proposal is to charge capital gains tax on that valuation change, which would make an inheritance process not only pay inheritance tax on the value that they get from that, but also capital gains on the increased value of the estate over the years. And that, I think that would be devastating, not only to agriculture, but to many small businesses in town as well. So it needs watched. We're watching carefully what's happening with trade issues. There was a lot of concern during the campaign about what would happen with some of our trade agreements with the change in the administration. So far, there's not been much of anything happen, but there's still talk going on. The Biden administration at this point has chosen to continue the same process that's going on with China, which may bring them in line with the rest of the world in terms of trade policies. There's some question whether we might join the what used to be called the TPP, Trans-Pacific Partnership. Now it's a different one, CPTPP, which is the same countries that were in TTP without U.S. And there may be an effort to bring the U.S. back into that, which would be a positive for agriculture. There's discussions going on a trade pact between the United States and the United Kingdom, which of course recently left the European Union. Very chance of some very positive things there. And then the whole big thing of climate smart agriculture, what does that mean? There's a big push within the new administration that all farm policy needs to be done in a way that supports the climate, prevents global warming or climate change. It's a mixed bag with that. There's some things in there that could be very positive for agriculture, but some things too that could be very negative. And we have to be at the table and keep be certain that we're watching very closely how the bills are written, because this style of bill can be written can have large ramifications on what it would do to agriculture. There's a lot of other bills that are going on in the state, but we certainly don't have time to go through all of them. So I'll stop there and see if there's any questions.
Thank you, Carlisle. Very interesting. So is there any other, you have questions, Christian, for Carlisle and or Jamie?
I don't see any in the chat. For those interested, there is some conversation about how to join tomorrow's meeting. If you have registered for tomorrow's Public Lands and Water Committee meeting or today's meetings, you were emailed a Zoom link that works for both days of meetings. So go ahead and use that link again tomorrow to jump on to the Public Lands and Water Committee meeting. If you don't have that link, you can shoot Julia on our team an email and she can get that over to you. So do we have any questions? Yes, Bonnie. So Bonnie Brown put in the chat that the Stakeholder Advisory Group applications are available for the Wolf Working Group, and Club 20 encourages anybody who's interested in serving to apply. We have been told that we will have a spot in that working group, so we're working to identify who the best person is to represent our organization and the stakeholder working group. So we definitely will be engaged in that process.
Christian,
Carlisle,
just a real quick question. Obviously, and I think congratulations to you to making sure that we have a representative for Club 20 on that working group. That took a lot of effort, and I think that needs to be recognized. That's great work. The other thing I would say, though, and correct me if I'm wrong, obviously they're going to have different stakeholders from different communities and different aspects, diverse backgrounds. So whether or not an individual becomes the representative specifically for Club 20, but still would like to and think they fulfill one of those other roles, they should still apply and try to be
Yes.
represented from that angle.
Yes, 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 yes. The more Western Slopers, the better.
And for the
so-
record, there's no way they'll put me on that committee.
No, you have been banned. I think your name's on the list of firm no's. Please, please, please apply. I mean, to Brad's point, yes, we're planning to have somebody represent Club 20 specifically, but we need a variety of interests and backgrounds to put in applications to serve on that group to make sure that the Western Slope voice is not drowned out during that process. So thank you for that, Brad. Nancy Fishering asks, what does the soil health bill require of ag?
There's a lot of provisions. The main thing is it requires a lot more cover crops, a lot more organic matter being placed in the soil and mixed in the soil, which are positive things. We've been working in agriculture for decades to try to improve our soil, and that's been part of our argument with the bill from the beginning. Is most of what the bill calls for, farmers are already doing. We have the ability. We know it's more profitable to try to raise crops in good soil than in poor soil, and we don't want to have soil erosion. We want to have a soil that's productive and get productive soil with a lot of organic matter in it. Can also save water. You have less evaporation off the surface. So that there's a lot of positive things in it that we're already doing, and it's appears to be a little bit a statement that farmers need to be doing this without really knowing what farmers are already doing.
Thank you, Carlisle.
I think that's the frustration in a lot of these pieces, is that the activities are already on the ground, and the folks who are involved with the bills, whether it's the labor bill or soil health, they're truly not reaching out to the ag community and getting input as they're putting this together. And that's one of the really big frustrations from the producer side and the trade associations, is we're just simply being shut out completely from any of those conversations. And that's really frustrating. The other thing I might mention is just, I have a concern, CCA has a concern as well, that this ag labor bill could become a ballot initiative. And that's very concerning as well, because there's so many moving parts, as we were talking about with the animal welfare issue. There's so many moving parts that, when the crop is in the field, whether it's lettuce or onions or any of those things, when it's there, it needs to be taken care of. Peaches here on the Western Slope. But the same is true from the livestock side. When you've got several hundred head of cattle into work, you just have to work till that job is done. And then we may only work for 5 or 6 hours the next day. But that's the part that's so difficult to understand, is just the differences in food production versus other business sectors. So that's a big concern for me, is that it could become a ballot initiative.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much. And thanks to all of you, Andy and Zane and Janie and Carlisle, for taking the time to meet with us and give us some interesting topics and some stuff to think about. Also, Bonnie, thanks for mentioning the stakeholders group. I really encourage everybody to put in for it. And, we need to have as much representation as possible on the West Slope. The other thing I just want to mention is Perry Will's bill. It was House Bill 1040. And basically what it was about is, since this is the referendum on wolves was a citizens referendum, then the citizens should be paying for it rather than the Colorado Parks and Wildlife. And actually the bill was changed a little bit to say that no money from a fish or wildlife money would be used, but there are other funds that could be used out of the Colorado Parks and Wildlife. but it went out of committee, which was bipartisan, which I thought was great. And as I understand, it was laid over, but I think I asked Perry and he said it was going to be to the full floor sometime in the next week or something. So I just wanted to mention that. And Les, do you have anything else?
Nope, I don't. We want to
Okay,
thank
thank you.
Mike and M4 Ranch for their sponsorship. And we thank, I think we said 46 people on the sideline. So we had really good attendance there. And so had a good, successful meeting.
I agree. Thank you, everybody.
Our next committee is the Energy Committee, which will begin here at 10:15. So stay tuned.
Thank you, Christian.
Welcome, everyone. We'll get started here in just about 2 minutes. I have 10:15, so I'll hand it over to Drew and Carrie to begin the Energy Policy Committee. You're on mute, Drew.
Still figuring out Zoom.
There you
1 year
go.
anniversary, still figuring out Zoom. Welcome, everybody. It's good to see you. I wish we were together in person, but I think maybe that time is coming soon. I want to welcome you to our Energy Policy Committee winter meeting. Before we begin, I want to take a moment to thank our sponsors. Coincidentally, the sponsors are the same companies that employ your co-chairs. So thank you, Chevron and Carrie Baird, very much. Chevron, of course, an energy giant. And Tri-State, the finest company in the history of Western civilization. Thank you, Tri-State. It's certainly our honor to be involved and to step up and to sponsor Club 20. I think of all the organizations I participate in, Club 20 did maybe the best job last year of keeping its programming vital and essential and engaging even throughout the pandemic. So good job, Club 20. Certainly our honor to sponsor. In accordance with our bylaws, we ask that only current Club 20 members participate and vote on matters of policy development. I don't think we'll be taking any votes on today's meeting. And if you're interested in becoming a Club 20 member, please reach out to a member of the staff for more information. I think it's certainly a worthwhile investment. And if you are not a member of Club 20 and you do decide to join, please get engaged in the committees, whatever committees are most appropriate to what you do. It's certainly one of the most fulfilling ways to get your money's worth out of Club 20. Everyone, please mute your audio so we don't have feedback. I think maybe I'm providing some feedback already. Please mute your audio so we don't have feedback during the meeting. And if you have a question, you can unmute and ask your question or type your question into the chat box. I'll just say in advance, I know the congressional delegation panel, there's a lot to cover there in a relatively short period of time. And I've talked to the congressional delegation staff. If they don't have time to answer your questions during the meeting, and if you submit them in writing, we can make sure that they get back to you offline after the meeting. So if there's no other announcements, and Carrie, unless you have anything additional, I'm going to hand it over to you anyway, Carrie, to introduce our first session.
Okay, I have to get unmuted. We had two really great speakers today. One is Chelsea Mira, who is Executive Director of Western Slope Colorado Oil and Gas Association. She moved back to Grand Junction in the end of 2019, and she's been swimming in the deep end of constant rulemaking ever since. Before coming to Grand Junction, she worked in the respected public affairs of EIS Solutions. She provided services to clients such as Koga, Noble Energy, Saddlehorn Pipeline, and others. She also is very involved in a number of political, state and local regional campaigns. Chelsea has one unique aspect to her. She understands not only the regulation and the policy, but she understands the value of telling the right stories about people and their relationship to the land and natural resources. Our second speaker is Jep, and he is an attorney and a government affairs specialist and a lobbyist in Colorado. He has been he has represented the oil and gas industry for Colorado for more than 2 decades. He also represents clients in the transportation and utilities and industry sectors. He's lived the evolution of Colorado law and regulation since 2007, when the seemingly endless effort to revise operating rules began. And he's become an expert on how those policies and regulations affect the Western Slope. He is a tireless advocate for his clients, and he's known for his ability to work across the aisle, talking to both D's and R's alike to find common ground. He's a Colorado native and a Denver-based person, but he lives to get over to Grand Junction for Club 20, especially the steak fry. And I neglected to say Jep's last name. It's Jep Seaman. So Chelsea and Jep, take it away.
Thanks, Carrie. I'll get my screen shared, Jep, for us, and then we can get going. All right, I think we should be good. And Jep, I promise not to tell you you're muted if you're not today. Although you are muted right now.
There we go. Good morning, everyone. Like Drew, I'm still learning the rules of the road here a year later. Thank you, Carrie, for that kind introduction, and thank you to Club 20 for having Chelsea and me. I always enjoy the opportunity to meet and discuss these issues with you all. I'm especially flattered to be co-hosting, if you will, or co-presenting with Chelsea, who really is an amazing and respected subject matter expert for you all on the Western Slope as it relates to these issues. So I'm going to lead us off with just sort of some overview comments, and then Chelsea and I will sort of ham and egg it as we go through the presentation. One of the things I think you all probably agree with is the real value of these sessions is born of the conversation and Q&A. So Chelsea and I are going to do our best to move through our prepared presentation quickly so that we can leave plenty of time to have conversation and Q&A with you all. So next slide.
We're gonna get there. There you go.
So some of this is probably a review of things you already know, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Senate Bill 181 was passed in the 2019 legislative session. It was the first session of our current governor, Jared Polis, and the Democrats having control of both chambers of the state legislature. I guess if there were a subtitle to our presentation this morning, I would say that subtitle is "The Beat Goes On." As Carrie mentioned, I was part of the process that reviewed and updated, really wholesale changed the operating rules for oil and gas in the 07, 08, 09 timeframe. Back then, it was then Governor Ritter who worked a couple of bills through the legislature. Can't remember, or I can't believe I still remember these bill numbers, but they're seared in my brain. House Bill 1298, House Bill 1341. So that led to an exhaustive rulemaking process at the Oil and Gas Commission, 30 or 40 days of hearings, thousands of pages of documents filed, and just really unprecedented in its scope in terms of an agency rulemaking up to that time. I mention all that because Senate Bill 181 set in motion a rulemaking process that eclipsed what we did back in the 08-09 timeframe by an order of magnitude. And Chelsea and I will come back to that, but it really, in the end, made what we did back in the 08 timeframe look like child's play, and continues to make it look like that. So with respect to Senate Bill 181, that effort came on the heels of the 2018 election, where statewide a ballot proposition was defeated that would have imposed a statewide setback of 2,500 feet, if memory serves. So obviously the industry was concerned that despite what the voters had to say, the legislature was going to embark on this path regardless. I would tell you the theme of Senate Bill 181 in my mind was that the Polis administration and the Democratic leadership really didn't care what the industry had to say. They had in their minds what they were setting out to do, and they were going to do it regardless of any input from industry. And I would challenge anybody to argue the other side of that, if only on calendar. And let me just paint a quick picture of how this bill passed back in 2019. It was introduced on a Friday night, late on a Friday night, before it had ever been shared with anybody in industry or the regulated community. That Friday night was March the 1st. By March the 13th, it had already been passed out of 3 committees in the Senate and the full Senate and sent to the House. And it was passed out of the House in very short order as well. Actually, we slowed it down a little bit in the House, but in general, it was put on a greased skid. And again, there was not a lot of concern about what industry had to say about it. The two things that were the mission, if you will, of passing Senate Bill 181 were, one, to change the organic statute from its long, I think forever, description of what the purpose of the commission is, from fostering the balanced development of oil and gas resources, and changing that word foster to regulate the development of oil and gas resources. And as Chelsea has on the screen here, the mission is now to regulate the development and production of natural resources of oil and gas in a manner that protects public health, safety, and welfare, including environment and wildlife resources. That's a catchphrase you'll hear a lot today. The other element of 181 was to grant local control, to give local governments more jurisdiction, if you will, in the siting and above ground aspects of oil and gas development. In my mind, some of that local control is a bit of a misnomer, because when we've seen local governments try and exert control, especially those that have some, good relationship with oil and gas industry, Weld County in particular, they've been batted down as being outside their lane. So anyhow, there's a quick background on 181. Next slide, please, Chelsea. The other element of 181, which was one of the small wins that industry got in that bill, was to require the establishment of a full-time professional commission. Up to July of last year, the Oil and Gas Commission was a volunteer organization that was appointed by the governor with approval by the Senate, but it met on a monthly basis. And especially in light of the new obligations presented by 181, it just didn't seem the volunteer commission meeting on a monthly basis was going to be up to the task. And so industry pushed hard for, again, the seating of a full-time professional commission, and that occurred this past July. The commission right now has 5 full-time members. They're paid as for this to be their only job. They meet weekly, and then we've got a couple, 2 actually ex officio members. One who represents the Department of Public Health and Environment, the other the Natural Resources Department. I'll just touch briefly on who they are. Jeff Robbins is the chair of the commission. He was the architect of 181 when he was the executive director of the Oil and Gas Commission. He's a lawyer out of Durango, has made a living representing local government adverse to oil and gas companies and development. He, in effect, created 181, and through that created a job for himself as the full-time commission chair. Again, he represents just sort of general oil and gas experience, but some of this is amusing. If you look at the verbiage there below his name, he's going to add to the commission's body of expertise in helping make sound and balanced decisions. So you could plug a lot of people into that category, but he's the guy covering that base. Ms. Nanjapa is a scientist and comes out of wildlife research. So she fills that statutory base. John Messner is a former county commissioner in Gunnison and fills the category of experience and expertise in land use and planning. Karen McGowan was a long time, maybe even career health department official and executive there, deputy executive director of the Department of Public Health and Environment. She covers the health experience base for the commission. And then last but not least is Bill Gonzalez, who comes out of oil and gas. Gonna say Occidental Petroleum, but I can't swear to that off the top of my head. But anyhow, he's the one person on the commission that actually has professional experience and expertise in oil and gas. Again, I mentioned two ex officio members, Dan Gibbs, who's the head of the Department of Natural Resources. I'm sure all of you know Dan. He's from the Western Slope. And then Sean Hackett represents the Department of Public Health. Last but not least, and she's not part of the commission, but operates for them, is Julie Murphy, who's the director of the Oil and Gas Commission. She's been around both DNR and the COGCC for many years. I would just say we are lucky from a regulated community perspective to have Julie there. She's very smart, very capable, and solution oriented. So next slide, please. I'm going to just touch on one of the many rulemakings that Senate Bill 181 set in motion. And again, if there's a theme here, it's the beat goes on. And that theme is that 181 has set in motion a long list of rulemaking activities, both at the Oil and Gas Commission as well as the Air Commission, to a certain extent, the Public Utilities Commission. For those of us in this realm, it's a little, maybe snarky to say, but it's a recipe for full employment from now and until any of us choose to retire, because there is just so much going on in the rulemaking trenches. One of those things was the commission taking up a change in the mill levy. The mill levy is the tax, if you will, that is charged to oil and gas producers. And that mill levy is generated to pay for the operations of the Oil and Gas Commission, all of their staff, all their permitting activity, all of their inspections, all of their enforcement. The legislature didn't have the budgetary resources to sort of keep that coffer full. And so the commission undertook a rulemaking to raise the level of the mill levy that's charged to the oil and gas industry. As Chelsea described to me yesterday, it was one of the early, and I would say very small, wins that the oil and gas industry achieved. The commission had the authority on its own to raise that to its statutory limit of 1.7 mils. Industry was able to convince them that 1.5 mils would be sufficient to fund what was needed. So I'll leave that there. And if we need to talk about the mill levy rulemaking more, we can do so. I'm going to stop, ask Chelsea to jump in with a description of all the other rulemaking that has occurred since the passage of 181.
Thanks for that, coloring that picture for us, Jep, and thanks everybody for having me here. I think Club 20 was the last meeting I think I was at in person last year, and so it's great to see you all on this screen, but I would love to have an anniversary that's in person, so hopefully we can do that soon. And if you'll just look, I think I'd like to touch on this mill levy rulemaking just quickly. If you look at the date of this story, it's August 5th last year. If you'll remember, April 20th was the date that oil prices went negative. And so in a year that we had historic lows and some very difficult commodity prices in our market, we were still battling our taxes being raised, and we'll talk a little bit more about where that story is. This is how I feel constantly. And so I was trying to find an appropriate picture. Last night, I think it was about midnight, and I was putting photos into the slide. And this is how a lot of us in the industry feel. And on COGCC staff, it has been brutal, to say the least. I'd love to find a more eloquent word, but it has been an overwhelming amount of work to go through these rulemakings, because not only are we going through the rulemakings, but there's a stakeholder process beforehand, making sure we're meeting with staff, with commissioners, with other parties to the rulemakings. And you can see there is no lack of processes we've gone through. Before my time at West Slope Koga, a flow line rulemaking took place in 2019. Late summer, early fall, to address some of those pieces. And we had a flow line rulemaking right after the Firestone incident, a couple years prior. And so continue to refine some of those safety regulations on the gathering and flow lines that were really focused on some of the front range impacts where they have residential development encroaching upon what had historically been agricultural or oil and gas development areas. We then embarked on that quick mill levy rulemaking in August, but really was set in motion probably March last year. As you'll remember, the chaos of the shutdowns were happening. We were also getting drafts of what Chair Robbins called straw dog rules for our mission change, and worked through a lot of difficult subjects. In the beginning, there was a lot of coming together and compromise and working together. And we all knew that wasn't going to last the entire process, but there was a lot of work on the front end to make some of our drafts more palatable, to where everybody was giving a little here and there. And really we were hitting on, the main needs of Senate Bill 181. But some of those major issues were cumulative impacts. So creating a more robust, they call it CIDR program. The wildlife rulemaking was the 1200 series, and it was the last. And I have a bit more there, but that was really horrific for West Slope operators specifically, because if you look at where the wildlife really thrives, it's on the western slope, and our operators often operate on federal lands. And so we have a ton of regulations that we work through the Bureau of Land Management and the federal government, as well as the state. And here in Colorado, our federal and state permitting process is it requires both because there's a signed MOU between the COGCC and the BLM. In the 900 series, we had a big battle with produced water reuse and recycling. And after some of the last session's conversation and some of what you'll have tomorrow, that it's critical that we minimize use of freshwater resources. And we had to battle hard to be able to reuse, 98, 99% of the water that we bring up from below surface. And we'll continue that battle here in future rulemakings. I'm almost positive. We completely redid the permitting process, which many of you are regulated industries as well, and I'm sure you know how difficult it is to completely revamp a permitting process. And some legal work as well in the 300 and 500 series. If you'll remember, and I don't know if you were paying attention or not, in the 600 series, we had gone through a few of the different series and their processes, and had come to some great compromises and worked with staff on drafts and other parties. In the 600 series, the residential setbacks got floated out in commissioner deliberation just out of the blue. The drafts we had worked through had a number that was something that wasn't ideal, but workable. And during those commissioner deliberations, a 2,000 foot setback number was floated, again, with no input no positive input from industry at all, and really flew in the face of voters with the Proposition 112 initiative that we had handily defeated across the state, and especially across the Western Slope, excuse me. That setback number has supposed off-ramps and variance processes, but that's going to be really critical to see how they work through that. And we're yet to get through some of the implementation on that. The alternative location analysis was worked through, and really what the impact there is a lot of upfront money for companies. And so some of the larger companies can probably absorb those fees, and informally, almost all companies go through an alternative location assessment to make sure that it's the most ideal location for many reasons. But this is going to take a lot of financial contributions before you're even into the permitting and application phase, which is scary for any industry. Jep touched great on the local government provisions. And then we had a lot of mitigation conversations, which on the Front Range, when you're talking about more of an urban or suburban and front and interaction, it's very different than wildlife. But what we found was that we came across a commissioner who was really adamant to make those mitigation strategies, and whether those are sound walls in the middle of the Piceance Basin 2 miles from any resident or not, he wanted those more strict for wildlife impacts. I think it's important that Senate Bill 181 was not just COGCC focused, and also has had many rulemakings at the Air Quality Commission with Regulation 3, Reg 7, and then we just went through a non-emitting pneumatics rulemaking. Happy to answer any descriptive questions as we get through it, but just suffice it to say those were really difficult and contentious, except for that pneumatics rulemaking. Jep mentioned a little bit too, we've gone through the PUC and the Water Quality Control Commission thus far. And Jep, I'll give it back to you to talk about some of the rulemakings we have yet to undertake.
You bet. Well, thank you, Chelsea. So all of you are familiar with the phrase death by 1,000 cuts. I think these rulemakings and all of the various requirements and filing obligations that are being imposed, one could add all that up and probably accurately describe it as death by 1,000 cuts. To underscore a couple things Chelsea said, I think that mission change rulemaking really spun off 3 critically important and difficult issues for the industry. One is obviously a 2,000-foot setback. I would submit to you that decision the commission made has a very thin science, if any science behind it. And whether it gets challenged or not will be interesting to see. Then cumulative impacts, that is just a very open-ended and amorphous concept, and will be extremely difficult going forward. And then Chelsea touched on wildlife. The rulemakings that we know are coming this year and next at the COGCC include financial assurance. That's the bonding process that operators have to abide by to get their permits and build well pads and wells. Part of that is punitive. I think there are folks out there that want to really put extremely high bond requirements on wells and facilities for the industry. Another element to it, though, is that the commission itself is trying to generate a kitty of funds to cover an orphan well situation that some people think is worse than others, but in any event, the commission is saying that they don't have the money to address the wells out there that no longer have a company associated with them and need to be cleaned up. Other rulemakings that we'll see coming at the Oil and Gas Commission include permit fees and fines, worker certification, reclamation, and then an effort to adopt Department of Public Health rules, or at least make Department of Public Health and Environment rules work alongside the Oil and Gas Commission rules in a more seamless fashion. The Air Commission also has a lot of activity on its agenda. most of it in the realm of greenhouse gas emission controls. So you can see on this slide, there's going to be a GHG rulemaking regarding transportation, another having to do with buildings. And then on March the 18th of this month, the Air Commission and the Oil and Gas Commission will get together for their annual joint meeting to compare notes and talk about, the various things that each is doing and what they ought to be doing together. So in the interest of time, I'll turn it back over to Chelsea.
Wonderful. Thanks, Jep. So I think that it's really important that we bring it back home, and I'll kind of fly through some of these, and this probably will be where a lot of our questions come from. But this rulemaking was very significant to us. Not that it wasn't significant to the DJ, it absolutely was on the Front Range. But you'll forgive me because I need to make sure that you understand this is not the Proposition 112 map that was floated during the 2018 election cycle that showed all of the off limits lands for development. This is the 1200 series wildlife rule maps that was approved by the commission. All of the area in red requires a variance or a waiver from the rules to get a permit to develop. So happy to have more conversation there. But to say that these wildlife rules were sweeping and unprecedented is the understatement of the year. And I think I have the hardest time just knowing that if every application almost in the Piceance Basin requires a variance or a waiver from the rule's probably not written well enough to allow for certainty for an industry to work. If you'll overlap that with some of the, and this is obviously a nationally zoomed out map, then with the federal lands leasing ban that the Biden administration proposed in some of their initial executive orders and President Biden signed with his stroke of a pen, you can see how crushing development could potentially be on the Western Slope, especially in the Western United States, with those two overlapping issues. We're working really hard, Westlow Koga, our partners over at Koga, at some of our national trades with the Western Energy Alliance and API to make sure that we are lobbying this administration and our delegation for an exemption from the federal leasing ban. I talked about it a little bit initially, but because we have an MOU between the COGCC and the BLM, we believe that Colorado is uniquely set up to continue to move forward with leasing and permitting of projects and successful projects because of that MOU, and especially because of the stringent regulations that we have here in Colorado. We do it best here. We produce some of the cleanest molecules of energy in the country, but definitely the world, I'd argue as well. So we're really concerned. We saw, with the ERCOT and Texas issue during that President's Day weekend storm, how critical it is to have affordable and reliable energy. And so I touched a little on this, and I'd like to focus on it. Really, the Colorado molecule, I can't understate how clean and how dense the natural gas molecules are that we develop here and in the Piceance Basin, right across the Western Slope, second largest natural gas field in the country. It's important that we offer a safe but certain way to develop those resources. The energy density piece, especially as we start to talk about federal land development and leasing and permitting, is important. It is the smallest physical footprint to develop natural gas, and you'll see coal and nuclear is in that same space than any other energy source that's viable these days. And again, Colorado, this isn't a Texas or a Pennsylvania or New Mexico conversation. Colorado has the most stringent regulations on oil and gas. We did before the emission change rulemaking. We certainly do now. So we should be able to move forward and develop those resources. as we're talking through some of those federal pieces as well, and we'll hear from the delegation, it's important to note that just because land is leased, it does not prohibit that surface from being used for any other purpose, whether it be outdoor rec or grazing. And that's an important piece to note. The other thing that I'm very passionate about is this energy burden that we're starting to create with some of these elitist policies that are being enacted. 30% of Colorado households are considered energy burdened and have to make the hard choice. Janie talked about it earlier. You know, how do you put food on the table for your children, for yourself, and especially after, you know, a year of navigating the COVID-19 pandemic. And I believe this is pre-COVID statistics. So it would be interesting to see what the energy burden is currently. We shouldn't make seniors who are on fixed incomes or single mothers or low income families decide if they're going to pay their heating bill or feed their children. And we're uniquely set up here on the Western Slope to provide it all and provide it well and in a safe and healthy and environmentally friendly manner. Jeff, I'll touch on a couple of these ballot initiatives and then maybe get to the legislature, and then we can open for questions. So, you know, Jeff highlighted there's a couple of Denver ballot initiatives talking about beneficial electrification, and Christian, I know we'll have a panel on that in April. Colorado Rising, the Joe Salazar group, I would be shocked if they don't have another setback measure. That 2,000 feet setbacks residentially is not enough for them, or the wildlife rulemaking setbacks is not enough for them until our industry is banned. That group it's not enough. And I think something that's really going to be impactful as we move forward is talking about this rural renaissance, right? Folks moving from the Front Range or other states during COVID or because of COVID, because they can work remotely, and coming to the Western Slope. And that's a great opportunity, but it's something that we have the burden of education on why this resource is produced so well and why we should continue to do so. So Jeff, I'll get off my soapbox there.
You bet. I think of beneficial electrification as being a clever way to disguise the fact that it's mandatory electrification. It's just an effort to stop the hookup or pipes for natural gas to commercial buildings and residences. So let me just touch very briefly on the legislature and then move to some Q&A. As you all know, the legislature is in session. They will be until sometime in mid-June. There are, as always, a long list of greenhouse gas climate-related bills, many of which have the potential to affect the industry. Let me start with the first bullet, though, which is there is a move afoot at the legislature to change the current ad valorem credit that oil and gas industry or oil and gas operators enjoy against their severance tax liability. Right now, that's an 87.5% credit against that is a credit derived of what is paid in local government taxes. The legislature and Joint Budget Committee in particular want to get severance taxes to a place where there's a more steady and predictable revenue stream on a year in, year out basis. We're hearing rumor that their plan is to reduce that 87.5% credit down to 70% credit, again, to create a baseline revenue stream that they can count on year in and year out. That'll also have some impacts on stripper wells, et cetera. Then on the climate change front, there are a handful of bills. One is to impose what they're referring to as a clean heat program in Colorado, which would require natural gas companies to source clean natural gas and do other things to clean up the methane emissions from their operations. So the clean heat plan, a renewable natural gas bill that has been introduced, a building benchmarking bill that will require buildings of 50,000 square feet and larger to calculate what their energy use is, and in the out years start to reduce that energy use. And then an energy efficiency bill for gas utilities, again, to reduce their climate impacts from operations. Some suspicion and concern that ultimately could be a regulatory way to force this beneficial electrification. So I know that's super short shrift on all those, but I'm going to stop there in the interest of time. And I think we want to open it up to your questions.
Yes, thank you very much, panelists. Please feel free to unmute yourself and ask a question, or if you'd like to submit them through the chat. Carrie, I think you submitted one question to Jep through the chat. Jep, I don't know if you've seen that, or I apologize if you already answered it, just to get the ball rolling.
I have not answered it, Drew, but I think it's open to debate. The question for everybody is from Carrie is, do I have any insight on the level of problem that orphan wells are in Colorado? Again, there are varying numbers that get attached to this. I think Chelsea and I, when we discussed this in preparation yesterday, agreed there are somewhere on the order of 200 or 200 plus wells that are on the commission's priority list to be plugged and abandoned. The commission itself in prior years has had a list that's substantially bigger than that, going into the thousands, if I recall. So again, it's sort of in the eye of the beholder, not dismissing that it's a problem, because there isn't a lot of funding there for the Oil and Gas Commission, but I don't think it's as dramatic as some would have us believe.
Yeah, and I think, Jeff, just to add on to that, there is an orphan well problem nationally. I think Colorado has managed that especially well. And we've had some great operators who, have worked on that fund in the past. I think we all agree that we can, make it better, but we're pulling at both ends of the rope a bit here. You need to have a healthy healthy industry to make sure that we're not adding to that issue and not fee and tax them out of, a healthy financial situation.
Hey, Chelsea, this is Mandy. I would agree with that. I think the cost estimate that I heard from the COGCC was $60,000 to P&A a well for them. And if we could foster more production in this area or in our state, then producers would be willing to come and take those wells off of the COGCC's hands. I think we need, as anybody interested in energy, to get involved more. There's a lot of misinformation going around the wizard behind the curtain when it comes to beneficial electrification, the fact that a lot of electricity is still produced by fossil fuels. So you're really just increasing your use of fossil fuels. And when it comes to Colorado as a state, we do it really well. And the idea of not in my backyard and outsourcing that to other states is irresponsible if we are looking at a global effect. And China is producing one coal-fired power plant a week, basically. So anything we're doing, is getting snuffed out by what China is doing.
Mandy,
and we need to take care of our American industry.
Mandy, I couldn't agree more. And I think that a lot of the issue that I had with the Biden executive orders was it did nothing for our consumption or combustion of the resource. It just outsourced it to other countries or other areas. And especially when we have such significant and clean resources here, I couldn't agree more.
Are there any other
thank
questions?
you for your guys' knowledge and advocacy.
Thanks, Mandy.
Any other questions or comments from the audience? Jeff and Chelsea have been kind enough to put their contact information on the screen. So if you want to copy that down and follow up with them later, and you can always get in touch with any of our speakers through Carrie or myself, your co-chairs. We're happy to do that.
Ray Beck has his hand raised.
Oh, right.
Yeah, first of all, thank you. Thank you, Drew, for giving me the opportunity. I wanted to touch a little bit on what Jeff said earlier in his opening comments, in the fact that our state legislature and other interests, they don't care what the industry has to say, and they don't, in other words, they have their own agenda and they're going to move forward. And it all comes down to regulations and mandates. Unfortunately, we're going to be the recipients of those regulations and mandates as we've seen over the years. And it doesn't matter whether it's oil and gas, coal, agriculture. I don't understand for the life of me what these people are thinking, but they're going to rule and regulate us all out of business. And I just wanted to say, I wanted to thank both Chelsea and Rep for your presentations today. I guess my question is just a broad question. What more can Club 20 do to help you guys along these lines? I know we have, as past county commissioner, you know, we will, or our commissioners and counties have been stepping up and testifying on these bills as they come forward. But is there any more that we can be doing as an organization? Thank you.
Yeah, Ray, I might take that real quick and then let Jeb jump in. I think that we have a real need to educate, especially Western Slope, right? If you look at Club 20 specifically, and not wait until an election cycle to talk about what we do and why we do it and how we do it better here than anywhere else. And so I would say, you know, don't be shy about talking about what we do or what your friends do or why you're proud of our strong agriculture or energy or outdoor rec industries. I think we have such awesome opportunity here to have a very diversified economy. And I think it's what's, you know, been able to pull the Western Slope through this COVID-19 crisis and the coming economic crisis, arguably better than our Front Range partners. And so I think we should really grasp hold of that. We have a strong history of figuring out hard issues in a way that we all can move forward successfully. And I hope that we can continue that. And I hope that Club 20 is a leading voice in that.
Yeah, and I'll just add, I agree with Chelsea. I think it's continued efforts to educate, which is testimony and other sorts of activities. I think grassroots organization is also very important, important for the Front Range mindset here on this side of the hill to understand the implications of the things that they're doing. One quick story, there was a bill last week, new House Rep Dan Woog had a bill to prohibit local governments from enacting ordinances that banned any sort of fuel. So in particular, natural gas and propane. Local governments, mostly from the Front Range, showed up in mass and really complained about the fact that this was stepping all over their local authority, their home rule authority, and otherwise. A random witness showed up, somebody I'd never heard of before, and pointed out to them that he thought it was ironic that the local governments were complaining about this bill taking away their right to take away other people's rights. So I thought that was amusing and fun, and you know, the point being, again, showing up, educating, and organizing grassroots, I think will go a long way, Ray.
Yeah. The other, and sorry,
I just have to say one more thing. Sorry. Go ahead, Chelsea.
Well, I think it's.
I just wanted to. Oh.
Go ahead, Mandy.
I just wanted to say that also too, the impact. You know, these people are forcing this legislation, but they're not living under it. You know, they're people that go to their 20,000 square foot house that's heated by natural gas. They're not the ones living in the employee housing that has to deal with an electric water heater that doesn't recover like a gas-fired water heater. So, you know, the legislation is good for you, but not for me. And we really have to help people understand that when it comes to utilities, you know, you want to mix, you want to do what's right for your housing situation, for your family situation, and for your personal beliefs. If you want to, you know, go all electric, that should be your right to go all electric. It does increase your cost up to 46% is what I'm reading. And if you can afford that, that's great. But don't push it on the single parents. Don't push it on the people with fixed income that are living on disability or social security. And don't push it on communities that love having energy mix.
Mandy, thank you for that. I'm gonna cut you off. I think you probably have a lot of supporters for that point of view in this group. I'm gonna move on to the next panel. We're pretty much right on time. Thank you, Jep and Chelsea, again for your expertise. I'll take a quick break in the middle here, again, to thank our sponsors, Chevron and Tri-State, for supporting the Energy Committee. And what I want to do is introduce, we've kind of had the delegation representatives, rather than just sort of stand up and give their spiels. I wanted to make this a little bit more of a roundtable conversation. It's a very interesting time. There's a new administration in the White House that's putting a lot of energy and climate policy forward right out of the gate. And we also have 2 new members of the congressional delegation. So welcome. This is our chance to kick off these new relationships. Obviously, John Hickenlooper is not unfamiliar with Club 20, but he is in a new role. Representative Boebert is in a new role. We want to welcome them both to our congressional delegation. Thank you for your public service. Thank you to the staff who support these elected officials. Really excited to hear from all of you. And I just want to, I think this could be a 4-hour panel and we could really dive into a lot of these energy policies that have been proposed. But to stay on time and to kind of keep it limited, I'm going to kick it off with kind of a general question. Then we're going to go around through the delegation and get their responses. And again, if you have questions, you can certainly submit them through the chat. We can make it as interactive as possible. And then obviously, if you would like to follow up with the delegation members after the meeting, you can reach them directly or certainly through me. We have their contact information. And I'm going to invite Sarah from Senator Hickenlooper's office to go first because I know she has another meeting to get to. But I'll just sort of kick it off with this. Again, thank you all, delegation staff, for your public service, for taking the time to be here at Club 20. As I said, energy policy is clearly a focal point for the new administration, which means we all have to respond to it. It's obviously a big ongoing issue here in Colorado as well. So I'm wondering if in your comments you could touch on a few things. Number one, your thoughts on what the top priorities should be for any sort of national energy policy. We've never really had a national energy policy. And if we're going to, you know, what should it look like? How can we balance our concerns for the environment and the climate with the need for energy reliability and affordability and local control? And also, you know, we've seen this just transition effort in Colorado. There's an office of just transition. There is a plan for just transition. There's not a lot of money for just transition, but at least there are baby steps. And I'm curious sort of what your bosses or what you personally think of the efforts in Colorado and what you see the federal government's role in helping these fossil fuel communities transition as the energy economy changes. And I'll leave it at that. And Sarah, I'd like to invite you to introduce yourself and speak first.
Thanks so much, Drew. Thank you for having me. I'm starting to see some familiar faces in this room from the policy committee meeting. So really good to see some of you again. And for those of you who haven't met yet, I'm Sarah McCarthy. I am the Western Colorado Regional Director for Senator Hickenlooper's office. Really glad to be here and glad to have this conversation with you all and to be working with you for the next 6 years. So yeah, we are really getting our offices up and running right now. We're building our teams, and of course, Senator Hickenlooper has been hitting the ground running in his new role. Pretty exciting. And he was excited to be assigned to the Energy and Natural Resources Committee, which I thought you all would be interested in. Obviously, the topic of energy is a huge priority for the Senator and the other delegates here in the room, but given his seat on ENR, it's going to be even more of a priority, and he's going to be a champion for this issue. So looking forward to continuing these conversations. And I know that it's not only top of mind for Senator Hickenlooper, Senator Bennett and Representative Boebert, but I know it's top of mind for all of us in the room as Americans, as citizens, especially as we are transitioning energy economies on the Western Slope after what we witnessed in Texas and across the country last month. I think we are all asking ourselves these great questions that you're posing, Drew. How can we build resilient energy systems that are affordable, reliable, and sustainable? And, you know, that's our job, is to work with you all to help find those best solutions to those questions. And, you know, I want you to know that Senator Hickenlooper, as I'm sure with Senator Bennett and Rep. Boebert, he has an open door policy. And, you know, this is our job. This is my job as an outreach director, John, Alyssa, Hogan. Our job is to interact with you and community leaders to understand your concerns and I'm here to listen and be a conduit to amplify the work and support that work. So glad to be here today. Glad to meet you all. Glad to talk about energy. It's one of my favorite topics. And, of course, as far as our office is concerned, we can't talk about energy without talking about climate. We're seeing increasing levels of greenhouse gases in our atmosphere that are causing major shifts in our climate. We're seeing lower snowpacks, uncertainties in our water level, drought, and of course, we all remember too well the 3 largest recorded wildfires in history in the state of Colorado just last year. Senator Hickenlooper shares the concerns with President Biden on the impact of climate change, not only on our nation, but on a global scale. And we know that Colorado has really been a leader with how we are managing our methane emissions. Colorado, I think it was last 2 years ago, set a standard for greenhouse gas emissions to be reduced by 90% from 2005 levels to 2050. And the senator has proven himself to be someone who has always been a person to come out and listen and find common ground solutions. And he's going to continue to do that as senator to keep our air clean, to curb climate change, while creating innovative job opportunities. Another question that you asked about, Drew, was energy reliability and affordability. As we're seeing the costs of photovoltaic and wind energy reduce and lower, we're seeing these energy sources really start to match that of natural gas, nuclear, and coal. And costs of energy production are being driven down. However, our infrastructure to deliver that energy to consumers is lacking in capacity and is outdated, and that's creating the costs and affordability issues that we're talking about. So we really need to address that infrastructure issue. Our energy landscape, as we all both know, looks very different today than it did 20 years ago, but our infrastructure has not caught up to that modernization, and I think that's really a big piece of what's causing that affordability issue. We also need to update our infrastructure to adapt to causes of natural hazards like wildfires. I think we all saw the real risk of that last year, and that's something that I know that the state has a keen eye on, and it's also we have an eye on that at the federal level as well. And how do we create more resilient systems that are able to recover and adapt, like microgrids, storage, et cetera, for more locality-based energy systems. And John Hickenlooper, we have all, as you mentioned, Drew, he's familiar to everybody in the room here, and we have seen him be partner to both the energy industry and the environmentalists. And his approach there isn't going to change. He's not afraid of innovation, an innovation that needs to happen for public health and climate. And he wants to make sure that everybody and all Coloradans and our rural Coloradans are brought along in that sense. And in that same vein, of course, we're seeing huge and difficult transitions on the Western Slope in our towns like Natarita, North Fork Valley, and especially up in Moffat County. And I know that these communities are starting to look ahead and try to figure out how to retain jobs. And that is a huge priority for the senator. As an entrepreneur himself, he knows the importance of job creation and the need to bring jobs to communities and allow them to grow. The senator has this really interesting trifecta of committee assignments. He's on, like I mentioned, Energy, Natural Resources. He's on the Small Business Committee, and he's also on HELP, which is Health, Education, Labor, and Pension. And this kind of creates this trifecta of, how do we utilize the workforce and use this triad to address the issue of economic energy transitions and expand job opportunities within this changing time. I had a really great chat with the mayor of Craig 2 days ago, and they were telling me about some really interesting projects that they were working on. Yampa River Yampa Valley Riverside project that they actually said would, our Grand Junction Las Colonias project wouldn't hold a candle to. So I was like, well, shoot, maybe I need to move to Craig. And they're also talking about some potential new businesses coming into town and some work that they've been doing with OEdit. So of course, you know, that's what we're looking at, and that's how we want to support. How do we help these communities in the transition with opportunities in job innovation? So yeah, I mean, I think I'll close with the fact that, again, John Hickenlooper has demonstrated through his years of governor that he's committed to finding thoughtful solutions for Colorado, and he's going to continue to do that. He has been always very intentional about his relationship development, especially on the Western Slope. It's true that Club 20 is no stranger to John Hickenlooper, and that's not going to change as senator. And that's my job. That's why I'm here, is to be a conduit on the ground. And yeah, the West Slope has always been a priority for him, and that will not change. And please feel free to reach out to me. I'm the Western Colorado Regional Director. Again, I'll put my information in this chat. I'm more than excited to chat with all of you and dig through these gnarly issues together. So thank you so much for having me, and looking forward to working together.
Thank you very much, Sarah. We appreciate your being here. Hogan, I'm going to throw it to you next. You are the other new member of the Colorado Congressional Delegation. So again, belated congratulations to Representative Boebert for her election victory, and thanks to you for volunteering for public service. Love to hear from you.
All righty. Well, thank you, Drew, and thanks to Kristen, Club 20, and the rest of the delegation for the opportunity to be here and to speak to you today. It's wonderful. I see a lot of familiar faces. I think I know most of the people on this call. But let me also say that to those of you on the call who I have not yet had an opportunity to meet or get to know or work with, I look forward to doing so. And like Sarah, I'll share my contact information in the chat box before I sign off as well. So with that, I'm Hogan Peterson. I'm the Western Colorado Regional Director for Congresswoman Boebert. Originally from Rifle myself, so have a background in Garfield County and with a lot of family and friends in the oil and gas industries. I've spent the last several years working for Senator Gardner, doing both field outreach and constituent services. So I've seen a little bit of the economic impact side of it from there as well. So in general, Drew's dead on the money. I think we could talk about this for hours. The Congresswoman could probably talk about it even more than I could, because several of her family members still work in oil and gas. But I'll try to keep my comments short today and just give you a brief overview before we have an opportunity to hear from Senator Bennett and then potentially answer any questions you may have. So I'll kick it off by saying this. In general, what the Congresswoman supports on energy policy is what I would call organic progress, right? So we've seen a lot of questions to the effect of, what are we going to do to help transition away from fossil fuels? What are we going to do to transition away from these conventional energy sources into newer, more sustainable, more high-tech energy sources? And in general, I would just say to that, were those to develop organically, and when they develop organically, that's fantastic. Obviously, there's a role for those. Obviously, there's a lot of challenges that we need to face in this issue area that those are going to play a big part of the solution in. That having been said, what we do not want to do is kneecap or artificially hamstring our conventional energy industries prematurely. As we've seen with situations like the deep freeze in Texas here a couple weeks ago, as we have the potential to see in some more conventional areas, as we've seen in parts of California that have had to have rolling blackouts over the last several years. I'm not convinced that as the sole source of energy in our grid, that things like wind and solar are quite ready for prime time. And look, if they can get up and stand on their own 2 feet and innovate and really be reliable, that would be the best outcome for everybody. I think there's a lot of consensus on that. But I don't think we make those technologies better by making existing technologies worse, or by banning them, or by telling them that they're too dirty to compete. And we've seen a lot of the negative repercussions of doing these things prematurely in a lot of communities, and Drew's here. I know Brad McLeod from Excel's here. I won't pick on you guys too much, but what we've seen in communities like Craig and Moffat County or Nucleus in Western Montrose County is just really, really adverse economic impacts and the loss of some of our more reliable fuel sources. Which brings me to another point that I wanted to bring up, and that is this concept of reliability. And again, like we saw in the Texas situation, from what I understand, that's a little bit more nuanced than some of the pundits would have you believe. But there is a need for reliability, and there's a need for energy density and energy storage. And when we look at technologies that we think are maybe not ready for prime time, or that's probably a bad term, are not ready to be standalone energy sources, the fact that we don't have the storage to ramp up to meet demand in critical times is a big part of why we need to continue having this discussion. So with that in mind, I think I've addressed most of the parts of the question. I will say I saw in some information Drew had shared with us that there was an interest in discussing what's the Office of Just Transition and the transition plan for some of our coal impacted and natural resource impacted communities. That document, from my understanding, and I'm just now familiarizing myself with some of the finer details there, so look forward to getting up to speed a little bit more. But from what I understand, part of that places an onus, or it's not a super specific line, but it places a big part of the onus on what they call the national level response to the transition, which to me is a little bit like, I don't know, like the state breaking our legs and trying to sell us a wheelchair. When they say things like, well, we've made this mess and gosh, we hope the feds clean it up. I think the feds have a role. I think it's a national issue and a national priority, but I think we need to remember that the state did a cost benefit analysis of, hey, we really prioritize our concept of sustainability over the short-term economic impacts in some of our impacted communities. They reached a value judgment that might be different than what those communities would reach or what Congresswoman Boebert would reach. But with that comes a price and a degree of accountability to be accountable for the impacts of their decisions. So with that in mind, I guess I'll sum it all up. We believe in an all of the above energy policy. We really want to make reliability a priority. We're not supportive of some of the efforts that we've seen from this administration when it comes to leasing and natural and oil and gas development on public lands. And that a lot of our renewables, laudable though they may be, are not ready to be standalone energy sources. So I'll leave it at that. I'll keep it short. Look forward to working with all of you. And by all means, shoot me a message, give me a phone call. Thanks.
Thank you, Hogan. John, Alyssa, are you each going to speak for Senator Bennett, or we getting one or both of you today? Would love to hear from you.
Thanks, Drew. I think I'll primarily handle it today. So for those who don't know me, John Whitney here from Senator Bennett's Durango office. I'm the West Slope Regional Director for the Senator. And can you guys, is the screen sharing working okay there? Can you guys see that letter?
Yes, sir. I can see it fine.
Great. Sounds good. It's one of the things I wanted to cover. But so, yeah, thanks for having us, Drew. And by the way, congratulations. Welcome to being the Energy Committee co-chair. It'd be great to have you and look forward to working with you in that capacity. Always great to be here and connect with everybody. Thanks for having us. What I'll do is I will just try and give, kind of some broad overview remarks on where Senator Bennett is at on energy, and then look forward to taking questions and getting into whatever folks want to dive deeper into. So to start off, I just want to do kind of a big recap, big picture recap of some of Michael's work and engagement with the energy sector over the years, past decade or so. And, Senator Bennett has always worked to balance reliability and support local economies on the West Slope. He's really engaged and worked with all the different energy sectors out here, including coal, oil and gas, and renewable energy. Just a couple quick examples of some of that past work. Working with folks like Ray Beck and Jeff Comstock over the years. Numerous times we sent letters on behalf of the coal mines in Northwest Colorado to the Obama administration when they were doing things that could have made those operations unfeasible. We've supported the North Fork exemption to allow coal mining to continue in the North Fork as a reasonable compromise on the roadless rule. Senator Bennett has fought to speed up the exports of liquid natural gas, passed into a passed a bill into law to put liquid natural gas and diesel fuel on an equal tax footing to benefit natural gas. He's worked to support the lifting of the crude oil export ban. He has supported the Jordan Cove pipeline. He's pushed for a bipartisan bill to help finance carbon capture technologies. And for the oil and gas industry, he worked on a BLM permit processing improvement act to streamline the oil and gas permitting process and give more regulatory certainty to the energy industry. And he's voted to maintain the intangible drilling costs and percent depletion deductions for the oil and gas industry. And of course, he's also worked with the renewable industry, who aren't as big on the Western Slope yet, but he's worked with them on tax credits, things like the ITC and PTC tax credit that has helped the renewable industry move forward. So that's kind of some big picture summary of where Senator Bennett has been. But where we are now, big picture, the world is really changing. Climate impacts are getting worse, and the whole energy world, as we all know, is shifting quite a bit. And I think the bottom line that he sees right now, getting to some of your questions here, Drew, is he thinks we need to have both affordability and reliability, but we need to meet our climate targets. And this really isn't a question of one over the other, it's both. If we don't meet our climate targets, we believe that droughts like the one we're going through and catastrophic fires like the last season we just went through are only going to get longer and worse. And we're going to start having other parts of our economy to worry about. For instance, agriculture dependent on the climate or dependent on the Colorado River. As the climate continues and warms and dries, we're going to see more impacts there. I appreciated what the Colorado River District noted this morning on the Ag Committee call, that for every 1 degree Fahrenheit, the average temperature rises, stream flow is reduced between 3 and 5.2%. So, we really have to deal with climate. It's reached the point where it's a must do. And how we do that, like in the past, we need to work together to meet these targets, to figure out how we get there together. And of course, one factor that plays into all of this that is arguably bigger than any government policy is the free market forces we're seeing right now. We just had the most pro-coal president we've probably ever had, but yet coal production has still continued to decline because those market forces are so strong. And new policies can be part of that, but even in states where there hasn't been a big shift in policies, we're still seeing the shift in energy portfolio. It was interesting this week to see the announcement from the Republican governor of Wyoming saying that, they plan to go net negative on carbon to work to capture more carbon than the state emits. So when you see the Republican governor of Wyoming saying things like that, you truly know the energy world is shifting. And of course, part of this shift is coming from renewable energy sources just being cheaper. So you're seeing that shift with DMEA and Excel and others, making the shift to renewables, because at the end of the day, it means lower bills for their members. And so that financial imperative is going to drive a lot of this conversation. We've seen wind energy prices have fallen 70%. Solar has fallen 89% over the last decade. So we're in a big energy shift, and that, of course, is hitting coal hardest, more than oil and gas. And so we see tri-states policies starting to shift, working with new energy portfolios, closing the coal-based power plants in the years ahead and shifting more to solar and other sources. So as this shift happens and accelerates, one of the things Senator Bennett is very much aware of is the enormous pain of what can happen to communities if we don't prepare for it. He's spent a lot of time recently in Northwest Colorado visiting with folks like his friend Ray Beck and Jeff Comstock, the Montezuma County Commissioners, the Routt County Commissioners, Bonnie from AG&C, Tim Redmond from Routt County, and having conversations with all those folks about what we're looking at. And what we're looking at is tough. I mean, we're looking at some revenue cliffs, some job losses that could be catastrophic. So Senator Bennett's strong belief is really need to do more to help communities weather the storm and provide better tools and support from the federal government for this energy shift. And so that brings me to the letter I put up on the screen that I just wanted to go over, because I think it really encapsulates a lot of where Senator Bennett is at on these issues. So he put this letter together early in this new administration to fire off to the White House and share some of his thoughts and ideas on what we need to be doing, and really just ask federal leadership to include efforts that will enable rural communities to get through these energy transitions, adopt in the short term and thrive in the long term. And, a lot of it is really informed by his conversation with Northwest Colorado, the coal plant and coal mine closures that are pending there. And, hearing the stories about how, in a lot of cases, that really means that a lot of those communities are going to lose, 50% of their total assessed economic value, their tax value. The school district there in Craig will see their revenue basically cut in half overnight when the coal plant closes. So Michael is trying to put ideas and thoughts on the table of what we can do to help communities. The first one, 4 big ideas in the letter. The first one, rural broadband. Of course, Michael's working on the Bridge Act. We talked last week or a couple weeks ago to Telecom about that, putting $40 billion in funding to really get us to where we need to build up our infrastructure out here. This pandemic, of course, has reminded us, broadband isn't a luxury; it's a necessity. We're hoping to get that Bridge Act into the big infrastructure package that is being assembled this year, and appreciate Clubs 20's support for that bill. The second idea is Michael's Outdoor Restoration Fund, which would be a bill that would create 2 million new jobs across the West by putting people to work, restoring our forests, our watersheds, and our public lands, strengthen our local economies, and put $60 billion in that effort for wildfire mitigation, forest restoration, abandoned mine cleanup, and invasive species removal. And again, appreciate the support of Club 20 for that bill as well. One of the other big things working on is increasing eligibility and flexibility for federal funding to ensure that transitioning communities have access to the federal funding and financing they need, working to get that done on the front end before they lose the revenue or suffer the economic effects of a fossil fuel transition. And by the way, I think I may have noticed, I may have put the wrong letter up there. Apologies if I did. We're working on a different letter to the White House. I think I may have put our water infrastructure letter up there, which is one we're working to send in the days ahead that I'll talk more with the water community about tomorrow. But so some of those specific ideas on how we help agencies or help local communities with more federal funding is expanding flexibility for the EDA, Economic Development Administration, and USDA to get the grants and funds that people really need in these communities as they face that upcoming loss of revenue and jobs. We want to work on targeting funding to communities that are in transition. And again, on the front end, so that you can plan for it before you actually lose the jobs. We want to create targeted new programs that would foster economic development and work to simplify and standardize programs across the federal government by establishing more of a one-stop shop for rural workforce and economic development funding. One example of how we think we could do that is included in Senator Bennett's Resilient Act, which we've already introduced in the Senate, and that simplifies and standardizes the federal water infrastructure application process and provides comprehensive technical assistance for communities. And lastly, another example of that is we really want to increase the flexibility for opportunity zones. And one of the things that we've been disturbed to learn is that Craig doesn't have all of their community covered by an opportunity zone. So we'd like to make those more flexible and really targeted at these communities that are going through these energy transitions and get that set up. And then the fourth big idea in our letter to the White House that we wanted to touch on is we are exploring an idea. Senator Bennett is thinking through an idea of creating a permanent endowment for resource independence to help offset the lost tax base and declining mineral revenues that communities are seeing. So right now, there's a lot of funding that flows into local communities because of the jobs and the FML revenue and other things. And how do you replace that is a real conundrum. So what we're exploring is an idea of creating an endowment that could exist in perpetuity and provide a whole suite of financial tools to energy transition communities. Some of that could include direct funding to offset those declining revenues that come in from FML and other revenues. Economic transition grants to just fund those grants directly to communities, funding public investment capital to help attract private dollars, as well as funding clean energy, transportation, water, and other infrastructure projects. We also want to work to put in place reforms that ensure that these communities that are going through the energy transition receive their fair share of infrastructure funding, which we don't think is currently happening. So that's some of the big picture stuff that we are thinking about. And one other thing I just wanted to mention, really quick as far as how Michael will approach doing the big picture climate work as we move forward is something he calls his Western Climate Resiliency Group. And that is something we worked on with a number of people on this call. But as the climate conversations move forward in DC, we don't want to see any climate bill back there lose sight of what climate resilience means in Colorado. In other words, we want to ensure that we are part of the national conversation. Sometimes these bills get drafted back there that are written and more by the folks that live on the coast of the country. And we need to make sure the Intermountain West is part of the conversation. So one of the things we did on that was convene a group with chaired by Andy Mueller of the Colorado River District, and also included folks like Merritt from Club 20 and other West Slope leaders to pull together a framework to define what climate resilience will look like from a Western perspective. And what that group came up with was really, 3 main priorities that will help local communities as we go through this process, and help identify the tools for local economies to adopt to a changing climate to build long-term prosperity and a clean economy future. And so some of those ideas that came out of that were partnering with communities faced with energy transition to ignite the economy and ensure long-term prosperity. So kind of the ideas I just covered, investing in the infrastructure as we talked about earlier, and then again, focusing on forests and watersheds. And that was really a big contribution that Merritt made to that conversation, which we appreciate. So that's some of some of the ways that we are thinking about climate, big picture, as this transition unfolds. And with that, I'm happy to pause and turn it back over to you, Drew, and take any questions that we can be helpful with.
Thanks, John. There was one question in the chat about whether that letter can be made available to everyone on the call. We could only see the top half of it on the screen.
Yeah, I can send out the link to the press release, and was it the right letter that I shared? I can put it back up here and show the rest of the text if that's helpful. I'm just having a hard time with my little laptop seeing it and seeing what's happening on my screen. But is it showing up now?
Yeah.
So it talks about Bridge Act, natural investment in infrastructure and restoration, expand eligibility for federal funding.
Yeah, there you go.
That's the right
what I'll
letter?
do is I'll send a link to the press release on that letter and get it out that way.
Thank you. Yeah, send that to Brittany or Christian, and they can send it out to the whole membership. Thank you. And I noticed Hogan and Sarah have both put their contact information in the chat, so it's there if you need it. The only question I saw in the chat so far, and I want to check, Doug Tooley, there were some comments in here about microgrid natural gas. I don't know if there's actually a question there. Doug, if that's something you want to follow up with, if you're still on.
Sure. I'm kind of following up on Ms. Miller's comments there at the end of the last presentation. I don't know, Mr. Whitney, we'd met a couple times. You probably don't remember me. The first time was at the 2015 when Hayes Griswold from the EPA was explicitly presenting his field engineering practices to the Democratic San Miguel County Board of County Commissioners. And Harley Brooke Hitchings, the Republican, one-time Republican county chair, objected to those field engineering practices, which were overlapped on her OFR property. I don't know if you remember that particular meeting. It was June 15th, if I recall correctly, 2015 at the San Miguel County Board of County Commissioners. So following up on Ms. Miller's comments, if you've got a community that chooses, or a project that chooses to have natural gas heat for those economic reasons, is there anything we can do with that natural gas that's being delivered to that community to compete with batteries as part of that emerging infrastructure? So you have, say, electrical energy generation at a utility scale or a mid scale, like a microgrid scale. So can that be part of that transition, of that resilient transition? Thank you.
Well, thanks, Doug. I'm not sure I got all that, but I think in general, natural gas can certainly be a part of the energy portfolio, and will be for quite a while, of course. And we have a lot of it out here, so I think we're going to use it. Whether it can I'm not sure if you meant whether it can replace, battery usage. I'm not sure on the technical details of that, but certainly natural gas is going to, remain a huge part of our portfolio for the indefinite future.
We'll use natural gas for electrical generation. This is the brainstorm idea, as opposed to purchasing batteries.
Oh yeah. Well, and certainly, some power plants already run on natural gas, and there'll probably be more of that in the future.
Merritt, you had a question? Mute.
Yes, there we go. Yeah, thank you. I'm a little slow with the mute button. So thank you. And thank you and this is maybe a question for the entire congressional delegation. Thank you for being on there to the call. Thanks for hosting all of this, Drew, and putting this all together. But my question is, and a little background, I guess, first. Grand County has no oil and gas, zero. We've drilled 56 wells in the past 50 years, and exactly none of them have hit anything worth pumping. So we don't have oil and gas here. What we do have that is related to that is we have our biggest employer in the county is molybdenum processing, Freeport-McMoRan. And the material is actually mined in Clear Creek County. It's pumped through a tunnel into Grand County where it's processed. And Freeport-McMoRan is one of the biggest copper mining companies in the world. So my question is, John really talked about this a little bit as we transition from fossil fuel-based energy sources to windmills and solar panels. Are we going to, as we do this transition, are we going to loosen up the restrictions for mining? And the reason I'm asking this is because these batteries and these materials that go into these windmills and these solar panels and the storage, the cobalt, the lithium, the copper, the miles and miles of copper that are in each windmill, those are mined somewhere. And that can't just show up. Are we going to loosen the restrictions so that we can mine for these materials in the United States, or are we going to continue to import them from countries that really have no environmental restrictions and actually are kind of shooting ourselves in the foot in terms of a global perspective on addressing climate change and environmental impacts? So that's my question about mining restrictions.
Commissioner Linke, this is Hogan, and I'd like to take this one if you don't mind. And I'm sorry that you're not in the district I'm staffing anymore. We'll miss you, but look forward to seeing you here on Club 20. So in general, yeah, and I want to echo a comment that I heard Chelsea Mira make earlier during this presentation regarding the fossil fuel mandates of the new administration, not doing anything to change consumption, just changing export and mining practices. I would say that that's reflected in our policy on mining, and specifically the mining of rare earth minerals as well. And I think there's an environmental case to be made here. I think there's a national security case to be made here, to say nothing of the benefits to local economies or what have you. I think if we want to look at the environmental case, much like we've seen when we outsource our oil and gas production to countries like Russia, the Chinese government controls an overwhelming majority of rare earth metal resources that are currently developable in the world. I don't remember the exact percentage, but it's a lot, and it's happening in places like Africa and South America, where they can do whatever they want all the time with virtually no environmental regulation. That's bad locally on the ground. It's bad for the community's water. It's bad for people that are mining those resources and waiting around in things like mercury and cyanide. And it's bad for the planet as it's produced in an unsustainable way. Obviously, the national security component there being that countries who are, at the very least, our economic opponents, at the worst, potential enemies and not allies, stand to benefit from the fact that we've abdicated a role in this space. So absolutely, I think it would make sense as we look at our energy policy, understanding that batteries and storage technology are really our limiting factor for sustainable resources right now. We really need to be able to up our capacity to do energy storage. Merritt's exactly right. There's going to have to be a lot of development occurring to even allow those technologies to be feasible or practical. It's no secret that America, and I believe even parts of Colorado, have a fair amount of rare earth mineral resources. It's also no secret that we haven't done much developing of them in a very long time. So I think we need to continue having a conversation about doing that, about the US's role doing that in general, and about how we can do that safely in an environmentally conscious and sustainable way here in the United States. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
I would only add to that, I think you're spot on, Merritt, that, I think we are going to see some benefits to mining from renewable energy. I was visiting with the the manager of Uray Silver Mines down here in the San Juans, and they're really feeling that, you know, with the solar panels that are going to be built, you need to use solar in them, and so they're feeling they're very well positioned. So, you know, kind of an unintended, you know, nice consequence for the mining industry from the renewable energy shift that, you know, we might see some hard rock mines start to benefit from that.
Thank you.
Mayor,
I'll just, yeah, go ahead if you want. Just
ahead,
a
sir.
follow-up comment, and I guess that would be my request. That might be something that all of our Colorado congressional representation could collaborate on and develop some policies that kind of is along those lines. And as we know, as we transition, it's going to require a big bump up in the production of a bunch of these different kinds of metals, rare earths and copper, and all these things used to make batteries, used to make generators, used to make all these things to produce the power. The power is just not going to show up just because we don't like the way it's produced. So again, I'm asking you maybe for a collaborative effort to look at that other side of that industry.
I think too, Mr. Whitley, oh, sorry, sir. It's my thing to step on people today. I'm so sorry. I also want to say how the industry can work together when it comes to water reuse and capture of this old seawater that is not really usable. You know, these old wells have access to dirty water that could be cleaned to help with, you know, farming or ag. It also has been shown from a peer review paper from the Carbon Management Institute that rare earths can be found in produced oil and gas water. And there's carbon capture. Like there's a lot of benefits that the industry has that can be in alignment with what, you know, Governor Polis and what our nation is wanting, and being able to have those roundtable discussions and being able to collaborate and work together on the same goal is huge, because the industry has a lot of benefits that are unexplored and untapped.
Agreed. And I think, you know, the mining question is similar to the transmission question. We need a lot more transmission to enable this renewable economy, but transmission lines can take 10 or 12 years to build simply because of NEPA, because of private property rights, because of state regulations. And, you know, something's going to have to give at some point. If we need more transmission more quickly, some of the rules are going to have to loosen up. So how do you continue to protect the environment while allowing these projects to be developed in a reasonably time-efficient fashion? And similar thing with mining. We are going to need more mining. And I know the way they mine lithium in rural Bolivia and outer Mongolia is not particularly friendly to the environment. So I think it's a great question. As I said, this panel could have gone on for a few more hours. Usually energy is the last committee on the second day. So we're standing between everybody and getting home. And now we're standing between everybody and the lunch break. So thanks, Christian, out of the frying pan into the fire. So I will wrap us up on time here. Thank everybody for participating. Thank you again to our panelists and to our sponsors. I did see a note in the chat about joining the Energy Committee. Everyone is welcome, no extra cost. In fact, your Club 20 membership dues become more efficient the more you get involved in committees. So please do reach out to me or Carrie if you're interested in the Energy Committee. Would love to have as many folks as possible. And I'll throw it back to you, Christian.
Well, thank you, Drew, for your leadership today. And next time, maybe I'll put you before a cocktail hour.
How about during cocktail hour?
Or maybe during a cocktail hour. You know, Drew said it once already, but our committees are sponsored today by M4 Ranch Group, Tri-State Generation and Transmission, Chevron, and then later today, Mark and Kathy Fackler, or later this week, Mark and Kathy Fackler. You know, these sponsors, especially in a time of a global pandemic, really mean so much to our organization, and we could not be more grateful for their continued support in a time where people are frankly reserving resources. So we are extremely grateful to our sponsors for their support, and we will now enter into our lunch break, and we will be coming back with our Education and Workforce Development Committee at 12:15.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, folks.
Thanks so much, everyone.
Welcome, everyone. We'll get started here in just a moment. I have 12:15, so in order to keep us on time today, I want to go ahead and move into our Workforce Development and Education Committee, and I'll hand it over to our committee chair, Frank Reeves.
Thank you, Christian. A couple of announcements first. Welcome to our 2020 virtual winter policy committee meetings. In accordance with Club 20's bylaws, we ask that only Club 20 members participate and vote on matters of policy development, which we don't have any today. If you're interested in becoming a Club 20 member, please reach out to a member of the Club 20 staff for more information. During this presentation, we ask that everyone mute your audio so we don't have any feedback during the meeting. If you have a question, please unmute and ask your question, or type your question into the chat box, and we will get to it at that point in time. We're about to begin, but before we start, I have to say this is our first kind of standalone education committee, which we're very happy for, and we're actually starting to get some school districts and people to join Club 20 in the education realm. So we're very excited about that. I also have to say a huge thank you to Christian and Brittany and the Club 20 staff in helping me get set up for this. I've been a bit unorganized, and they've done a tremendous job in helping me. So I thank them tremendously, because we wouldn't be doing this without them. To start, our agenda is really divided into three parts. The first part I want to introduce, and I hope she's on, Michelle Murphy. And I have to say, we're just coming off of a conference in Denver, and Michelle presented this morning, so I think she's getting on if she's not on yet.
Michelle is on.
I'm here. I'm just in my car for another 5 minutes, unfortunately. I hope you guys can hear me okay.
Stall, Frank, stall.
Oh, I'm trying.
My first in-person meeting in what feels like decades. I am so sorry. I'm so close to home. But
take your time, Michelle. Yet. Drive safe.
Yeah, for sure. So, but we're divided into three parts. So we're going to talk a little bit about really upcoming legislative matters in terms of accountability, some mill levy override issue, and some teacher retention. And then we'll bring on Alex Carter from the Colorado Ed Initiative to talk about workforce readiness and learning, and some really exciting things going on in that world. And then we will have higher ed, a portion of higher ed come on to end our agenda. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and start and give Michelle a bit of a break and let her get home. And I'll talk about the part that I'm probably the most sound in, and she asked me to talk about any, and that's mill levy overrides. If you guys have been in Club 20 meetings, I think the last 2 or 3 years, we've repeatedly talked about different avenues to fund education. And one thing that has come up time and time again is fixing our system of mill levy overrides in Colorado. And basically how that works is the rich tend to get richer with mill levy overrides, because in places where with good, strong economies, there's a greater tendency for the public to pass a mill levy override to support a school district. In our poorer, more rural areas, it's almost impossible to pass a mill levy override, and those taxpayers end up paying a higher percentage of taxes to do so anyway. So, and in all honesty, and I don't know if Senator Rankin's on or if he's able to join or not, he's really spearheaded, I think, the last 3 or 4 years to try to find a fix to that problem and bring about some equity and make sure that everybody's paying, you know, their fair share. For some that means less, for some that means more in certain districts. So they've come up with, I think, or they think is a pretty good solution. Last year they passed it. They passed a bill. The legislature passed a bill. And you may have noticed on your tax or when you got your property taxes this year, there was a little thing on the very bottom that said your tax credit is for this school district. And for some that tax credit's huge. It's like 23 mills. In our particular district in East Grand, it's like 1.1 mil. That is the difference between what our taxpayers are paying to support our schools locally and what would either be full funding under the school finance formula or 27 mills. It's a little more complicated than that, but that's the basic part of that. So that was last year. Now they're coming back this year to say, now we want to start collecting that from taxpayers, but we need to do it in a reasonable way. And their original bill asked basically local districts to go to their taxpayers saying, we want you to pay more. That didn't go over very well with local districts. So that what's in front of the legislature this year is that basically it directs the Department of Education to change the mill change what they levy by 1 mill per year until that's caught up in each district. I can tell you probably the greatest disparity district is Parachute. What is that district? I can't think of the district name right now, but their taxpayers pay 4 mills.
It's Garfield.
Right? Garfield, that's right. Their taxpayers pay 4 mills. They would need to get to 27 mills, which is the max any district can go to. So they'd need to make up 23 mills, and that's too much to ask anybody in 1 year, even 2 or 3 or 4 years. So what they're directing CD to do is to raise that 1 mill per year until a district gets to full funding. What that will do is in essence get close to a little over $400 million back into education funding that is not there now. It doesn't come from the state backfills that, but it's just not there. That's part of the negative factor. So it'll bring little over $400 million back into education funding to catch up on some of that negative factor. But that's over years and years and years and years that's going to happen. So I probably made it more confusing to you all, but it does seem like there's finally a solution to our mill levy override issue. Any questions to that before I see Michelle's at home now? So
I would just sort of a couple of clarifications, and sorry I'm late. The way that the act works is you will be adjusted 1 mil, no more than 1 mil per year as directed by the Department of Education. So nothing coming from the local school board. That was a big deal breaker for us, or an important point for us, is your local school boards weren't gonna have to go to their voters and either ask them for a property tax increase or tell them they were increasing their property taxes. The increase will happen, but only to the point where you were at when you voted to DeBruce for your school districts, whatever year that may have happened. So it's really correcting a mistake that the department made. And I think Frank may have talked about that. So you'll go to that level, 1 mil per year, or the level at which you are fully funded locally. And I think Garfield, for example, doesn't go all the way to 27. You may know that, but I think because of their oil and gas revenues, Garfield will be fully funded locally at a lower rate. So I'm not certain of that, but that's sort of the rub there. But I would agree with Frank. This is the first time we haven't formally, the Alliance has never taken a position in support or opposed. This is one where members were really split about whether it was a good idea, but I think most agree that taking it off the backs of local districts really is a game changer.
Right.
gonna turn my light on.
Okay. We'll keep going. So with that is also the idea of teacher or staff retention, which is really a big deal, and probably the end of this year will be a bigger deal in education than it ever has been. The Colorado Ed Association recently did a poll, and because of this year and COVID and everything, 40% of teachers in Colorado are considering leaving the field within a year. And so we already have a teacher shortage. On the western slope, we have it gets exacerbated by cost of living in our mountain and rural, or our mountain and resort communities. And so to think that 40% of the people are thinking of leaving the field, it really becomes important that we find a way to retain teachers. And there's a couple bills floating through that may help that. But it really boils down to getting more money into the system. And so the mill levy override is one way to do that. There will be some local, I'm sure many local asks in local districts to increase those mills even more locally, just to be able to either pay teachers more, give them better benefits. I'm on a thing tonight, a panel about affordable housing. I mean, and so school districts are going to get into the housing business, I think, or have to be able to provide a quality lifestyle for our staffs. And so that's probably going to, you're going to hear that in your local districts a lot, I think, over the next few months, just about what can we do, what's the best thing we can do to retain our staff, or even hire staff for that matter. With the pandemic again and the need to reduce class sizes, we need more staff. I know we're going to need more staff in our district. And so to go out and hire more when we have a shortage, we need to make something pretty attractive work for that. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Michelle to talk about accountability and assessment.
I do want to back up. Well, first, the mill levy tax credit bill is what we're calling it. It's House Bill 1164 for those of you who are interested in weighing in, digging in, reading it more specifically. It's House Bill 1164. Also, on the recruitment and retention piece, Senator Rankin, who has been our champion in this issue and others throughout the years, is going to run some legislation. It's only in draft form now, so I can't give you that number, but it's going to bring some revenue, which is challenging in this environment, but for stipends and pathways, to create pathways for kids, right? Kids within your own communities to get their teaching license without really having to go far from home, and to get them excited in teaching and get them college credit for teaching for education courses while they're still in high school. And, the idea being that's home for them. So they're more likely, I always say we got to get rural kids interested in the jobs in rural communities. And so obviously education, along with mental health supports, healthcare supports, law enforcement, those are the places and spaces. So this bill brings some money to some of those student pathways, and also paraprofessional pathways. So it'll be stipends for paraprofessionals to go back and get their bachelor's degree, either online or through partnership with some of our four-year institutions and your community colleges, because we know those folks already love your kids and they're already in the classroom. So they're not going to go anywhere. And that's, while recruitment is obviously a huge issue, so is retention in your rural districts. So that's all I would add there. I can't think of any other bills in that department, and as I said, Senator Rankin is the champion on this one. It hasn't been introduced yet, so we don't have a bill number. The next issue I would move to is, and Kristen, you heard this conversation when we were at in Grand Junction in the fall. This was like one of my more fun moments, but
boy, did I.
Boy, did you. And so let me tell you the issue first. And we have a huge, it's called the READ Act, which is our literacy instruction legislation. I think it was drafted in 2009. Now, we had a literacy bill in place prior to that, but it was rewritten in 2009. 2 years ago, they rewrote it again in response to data that we would argue wasn't entirely appropriately or accurately reported, saying that kids, their reading scores aren't improving and kids aren't really learning, we're not teaching our kids to read effectively. I'm sort of paraphrasing, but they rewrote the act, and one of the many things that act did was directed all K-3 teachers to require them to do it required them to get professional development. The State Board of Education then required 45 hours of professional development in literacy. Now, there are other ways that teachers could satisfy this requirement through proof of higher ed courses and those sort of things. And we changed the law so that all new teachers coming out of higher ed courses will have this literacy training. So it won't be an issue for new teachers. But teachers in the classroom, it took effect. CDE, the department was directed to put in place a free training, a free online and in-person training that was finally developed in July, I believe it launched, mid-COVID. And then teachers this year would have been under existing law required to complete that training by this summer. 45 hours when you're teaching full time is a heavy lift. And that doesn't include all of the professional development that they're doing as part of their district's, work and to meet the specific needs coming out of their districts. So we early on saw this as a problem and we're advocating with the state board. Again, it was the state board that required the 45 hours and asking them to dial that back. And Christian walked into a conversation with Joyce Rankin, who is a great advocate for rural schools and teachers at the state board. I don't ever hear me to say otherwise, but on this side of the issue, she wasn't feeling it. And she thought and she, I get it. This is critically important. And the superintendents were all saying, please, we need more time for our teachers. This is too much. They're learning, they pivoted to remote. This year, y'all, if you know a teacher, give them a high five or whatever we do in COVID, because they are doing incredible things for our kids and your kids in the classroom right now to keep them in school. It's amazing. But the superintendents were pleading for an extension of that 45-hour requirement beyond, into the next school year. And she didn't want to do that. Christian heard that conversation, came out, we were leaving in the hall. She said, we want to help with that. That's insane. Our teachers, you guys know Christian, right? As passionate and as strong an advocate as they come. So please let me know if there's legislation, what can we do? What can I do? So here we go. The state board didn't do nothing. The state board extended the training requirement through January of next year. So now under state board rule, instead of July of 2021, teachers have to meet that requirement January of 2022. We didn't think that was enough. Representative McLaughlin out of Durango, who was a school teacher and another incredible advocate, is running a bill, and that does have a bill number. It is House Bill 1129. I think it is scheduled. I have to get that because it's not showing on my report. That bill gives teachers the full year. So it's not until the fall of 2022 that teachers would have to complete that 45-hour requirement. And we don't often, but we do have the reform community, and that's the education reform advocates, and K-12 seem to be aligned on this, and we would love for Club 20 to weigh in and support. That would be fantastic. And we do, as I said, I believe we have bipartisan support on that bill. Senator Bridges is, actually, no, we have all Democrats. Senator Bridges and Senator Story are carrying it in the Senate. So we will, I think our fingers are crossed, but we expect good things, and that does provide some incredible relief for our teachers. Any questions? Alex Carter just popped on my screen. Hi, Alex. He will be far more interesting than I am because his topic is far more exciting and inspiring about great things happening for your kids and your communities. But so I never am quick or brief, but I will do my best. I think the next one that we wanted to talk to you all about was the accountability audit bill, which has not yet been introduced. This is a bill that we, the K-12 community, ran last year, and then it died because of COVID, and it also had a huge amount of opposition from what we call the reform the education advocacy groups. We call them the reform groups. This year, so the bill basically directs the state auditor's office to put out an RFP and look at our state's accountability system. So our state's accountability system, and Frank, you may do a better job than me of explaining the system, but that's the system of assessments. It's the way we rate our schools, their turnaround or priority improvement, or I think it's performance. We have 5 tiers of ratings. We get plans. Much of our performance is based on the state assessments in science, English language arts, and math. Dollars are connected to it, but only to the extent that if you're in the 2 lowest tiers, improvement and turnaround, the state intervenes and they bring in supports to your school district. And I was going to say whether you like it or not, but that's just a really pessimistic way to say it. I think for the most part, these are great partners and great relationships, and everybody works together to, improve instruction and otherwise address the concerns that are, causing performance of those students to lag. I think some of the concerns around the accountability system is that it's really like it all depends on demographics, right? Our high poverty schools are typically low performing, and we haven't seen real improvement around accountability over the 10 years that the system has put in place. And it feels, we are told repeatedly it's not intended to be, but it feels to our educators like a blame and shame, punitive type of system. Frank, or even Alex, I know you got a lot of experience with this system. Do you guys have anything to add and around the system and what it looks like for our schools?
Yeah, it's really, I like to say it's a grade for our school districts or our schools, right? It's just not A through F, it's distinction through turnaround. But that grade is used, or how it gets used, is primarily to compare one district to another, not to improve one district. And that's where when Michelle said the kind of blame and shame piece comes in. And so what the audit is really asking is to say, is this a system that's working? Are our schools improving because of this accountability system? Or should we be looking at something else so we can improve? So it does give us the avenue and tools to improve, because that's really what we are questioning in the K-12 world is, and why we want the audit is it's not doing anything to improve our schools. Much like they rewrote the READ Act. I mean, they looked and said, hey, what we're doing isn't working. And so they rewrote it, and they hopefully strengthened it and made it better. This is one that we're asking, hey, kind of do the same thing. Let's review it and see if we can do better. So.
And this year, it's a different conversation. There are some of the reform groups, at least, are at the table saying we're interested in this idea. Alex's organization, CEI, and his boss, Rebecca Holmes, have been really strong voices around what are alternative approaches to accountability. What are other states doing? Shouldn't we be looking at more issues than just a test score? I'm overstating our system or oversimplifying it. So I think that a lot of different folks are willing to come to the table. What we're fighting about now, and it's not really a fight, at least not yet, is right now, what are the questions that the audit report will address? And K-12 wants to look at the actual system itself and the measurements. And, in some of your smaller rural districts, and I'm not making this up, one family with 3 or 4 kids moves in or out, and their rating for the school changes completely. If they're bright kids, I don't mean to classify kids. If they score well on assessments, the rating goes up. When they leave, rating goes down. And that happens. That can't be that can't be the right system if that's happening. And my understanding is the governor's office and at least some of the reform groups want to look at the supports we're providing as a result to the districts who are lower performing. And if the supports aren't right, let's fix those. So I hope we're in the process of setting up a meeting with everybody, which will be painful, but hopefully we'll at the end of the day get to a place and space where we can agree on what the audit report will look like, and that will go through. So that along with the READ Act bill are sort of what we at K-12 are excited about at the legislature. There's a whole bunch of stuff we're not so excited about, but I don't think we need to, unless people have specific questions about, specific policy places or spaces, I'm happy not to address those.
So Mandy has a question that she wrote in the chat. She asked, what is being done to address the increased dropout rate due to COVID? And do you have an estimate of the increase?
Good question.
So Frank, you want to talk about, I think you're talking about the kids who are sort of missing, who
Right.
sort of fell off the radar. You want to talk about what's happening in your district?
Well, I can give you an example from our district and then what I'm hearing from others. We were very fortunate that we did not lose any kids. And by that, I mean, we know where all of our kids are. Some have re-enrolled in online charter schools. Some moved away, but we do know, we got records on every kid. There are districts, and when I read and hear about like the metro area and the number of just missing kids that never showed back up, it is alarming. But I do know that districts, and we were in essence ordered by CDE to find all of our kids. And so I don't know where they're at from the beginning of the year when they were like, we're missing 20,000 kids or whatever it was in the metro area. But we know where ours are. The other rural superintendents that I talk to most of the time, the Western Slope, really have not seen that dropout rate or missing kids happen. What we have seen is a large number of students who enrolled in online charter schools. So all of our enrollments dropped pretty significantly. We dropped 7% at the beginning of the year. Now, many of those have trickled back into our district. Either their online program didn't work very well, or they, as time's gone on and we've proved that schools are a safe place for kids, that there really isn't spread of COVID happening in schools, they've trickled back. But we're still down about 30 kids in East Grand, and I'd say that's pretty normal everywhere from what I'm hearing. Kids are coming back. We do expect them back next year, and expect to be back to quote unquote normal, which doesn't exist in any way, shape, or form right now. But we really do expect our enrollment to be back to what we expect it to be next year. So we reached out. Districts did so many different things, Mandy, and for instance, with our online program that we offer, not a charter school, but that we offer, we hired people in each of our schools to reach out to those families and try to keep them engaged. I think that's helped. But every district's done different things. And then also with the COVID, the CARES Act money, I know that like next year and I said this earlier, we're adding staff because with more kids means larger class sizes, and larger class sizes means more fear. And so we're going to add staff to keep our class sizes smaller and do those things to try to make that happen. But really it's up to each district how to best keep those kids and keep them moving forward.
I think the statewide number of the decline in enrollment was somewhere around 30,000 students around the state. But that number, a couple of things, that's based on a count. We do a count once a year, and that's in October. So we heard from a lot of superintendents that students were coming back, and I think Frank talked about this in January. That October count is what school funding is based on as well. So for funding reasons, we lost about 6,000 kids from the system over, about 100. There were very few handful of districts that their enrollment actually increased, but districts were looking at really significant cuts and serious declines in our at-risk students, our free lunch students. And because, it's sometimes often a challenge to get folks to sign up for free and reduced lunch. And this year it was even harder because lunch was free, meals were free. The federal government allowed us to give free meals to everybody. So we didn't even have that leverage to get those numbers. So those counts, school districts get extra money for those students. And they were looking at, that was all budgeted based on this expectation, as with prior recessions, that we were going to have more at-risk kids. So districts received more money than was anticipated. And then the idea of having to give it back in this environment with costs up the roof and cuts from the federal government. But the JBC did a really great job of balancing and created a scenario where no district will experience cuts this year of greater than 2%. And they sort of balanced for the at-risk enrollment. And it was just a sort of a really Herculean effort to recognize that A, the enrollment numbers aren't current anymore, the numbers from October, and B, districts couldn't withstand cuts at all this year.
And we did have a question from Harry, but Harry, are you available? He might have gotten another call on his phone. Well, I think Harry's on the other line, but when Harry comes off mute, we'll call on him to ask his question.
Okay, we're gonna move on, and we can come back to that. Right now, I want to introduce Alex Carter. He's a vice president of implementation at the Colorado Ed Initiative, and he's going to talk about some workforce readiness, I guess, examples going on. Exciting, really exciting things happening with many of our districts on the Western Slope and throughout the state with this. So, Alex, I'm going to leave it to you, so you have some time.
Great, thanks everybody. I feel like I've been talking to teachers and they said, we teach all day and we can't see anyone's faces because the students won't turn on their cameras. So they're not quite sure if they're teaching to themselves or to a group, but it's like, it's interesting and watch, you know, I was off camera too. So I was totally dialed in on what Frank and Michelle were saying. And it's just, this has been one of the most fascinating years to be in education, working with educators. And I'm excited to share some of the work that's going on. I'm gonna share a slideshow. Are you guys seeing a slideshow? This is a modification of a presentation that I gave to the Colorado Association of School Boards a couple months ago. And we called it Rethinking, Reimagining, and Redesigning Pathways from K-12 to Post-Secondary Success. And it really does fit in well to that workforce development. And how are we using our K-12 system to actually prepare students to experience post-secondary success, whatever that means. And we've been doing a pretty good job in K-12 preparing kids for college. I mean, some people would argue that a good number of kids that go through K-12 are pretty ready to go on to college. And we know that because we have about a 40% graduation rate from college in the United States. So that tells us that 4 out of 10 kids getting pretty good preparation in their K-12 to go on to college. But that's like, I mean, Frank and I, we would bang our head against the wall. What we're doing is preparing 40% of our kids adequately. So we want to rethink, how are we doing this? And before I do, I want to talk just for a second about my organization. I work at the Colorado Education Initiative. We're a nonprofit based in Denver, but we really don't work with Denver very much. We really are working with about 50 of the most, what we consider to be the most innovative, exciting districts in Colorado. Frank Reeves is one of those districts in East Grand School District. And the work we do is really focused on these 6 design commitments. We care about diversity, equity, and inclusion. Is the work we're doing making school more accessible, creating more opportunities for more kids? Youth activation. We really try to get students involved in transforming their schools and their communities because it just seems that if the students are involved, there's a lot more energy around any change effort. Family and community partnership, same thing. We don't think that schools should be focused on changing themselves. We think families and communities should come together to work with their schools to make the entire ecosystem better. We focus on the social emotional development, and we're focusing on creating great environments that support social emotional wellness for students and staff. We believe that that's kind of one of those elements that is part of every great school transformation. If we pull one lever, if we could only pull one lever, it would be the leadership lever. We know that we work there's only 25 people at my entire organization. The implementation team's about 15. So if we're going to make any difference in this state, it's going to be by working with the leadership of the schools and districts we work with. And then finally, our last design commitment is change management. We're all trained in high quality design thinking, human-centered design, and continuous improvement through improvement science. So change management is how we support our leaders to be really disciplined around trying to make things better. So that's what CEI is. And again, today is all about that rethinking, reimagining, and redesigning. The idea that our systems were designed, any system that was designed can be redesigned. So let's get really smart about it. When we're thinking about post-secondary success or workforce development, there are a lot of policies that Club 20 was a part of helping create that have been coming down for the last, well, geez, we could say 70 years, and then the last 5 years. You recognize the bottom left here, CTE, career and tech ed. That's something that we're all aware of. That I think Frank and I would probably say there's another maybe 10 to 15% of kids that we're actually doing a good job in schools right now preparing for post-secondary success. And often they're the kids in our CTE programs, our ag programs, our auto mechanics, our engineering. These programs that are actually giving kids skills that and certifications that they can take right into the workforce. And we're doing a pretty good job preparing those kids. And then that 40% of kids that are graduating from college, what are we doing with the other 45, 50%? There's some other programs. So this one on the top above CTE, that's a really fuzzy, bad graphic, but that graphic is supposed to represent our graduation requirements. There was this idea that we should get more specific with what does it mean to earn a diploma. And the reason they did that is they said, we think if we have higher standards, higher minimum standards for what it means to earn a diploma, more kids will experience post-secondary success because they will have earned a diploma that means something. Yeah, I'm not so sure that that's the way it's working out, but that was the intent of the policy. In the middle there, you've got something called the ILOP, Innovative Learning Opportunities Pilot Program. This is a relatively new, this was legislation passed in 2018, went into effect in 2019. We're in our second year of it. And here we've got the opportunity for districts to think differently about time in schools and what types of learning opportunities are available to kids. On the top right, you've got the CDIP program. CDIP stands for the Career Development Incentive Program. So this is giving incentives to school districts to say, hey, if your kid earns a certification in something in a workforce skill, then we are actually going to reward the district. So not only is that good for the kid, but that's good for the district. We want to see more kids being certified. So that is a good program. That's improved and increased the number of certifications happening in Colorado schools. Then at the bottom, you see ICAP, the Individual Career and Academic Plan. This is actually about 10 years old now. Every student in Colorado has to have an ICAP, an individualized career and academic plan to plan for what they're going to do in school and what it's getting ready for them to do out of school. The problem with all of these policies is that when you talk to school districts and school leaders, often they're doing all these things. It's not coherent though. It's not aligned. They're doing them because they've been told to do them by the legislature or the Colorado Department of Education. But in many cases, they haven't been organized to actually say, okay, how are we designing programs that are preparing as many kids as possible for their post-secondary success? Not just like, okay, these kids are going to college, these kids are going to CTE. We don't know what these kids in the middle are going to do. We're going to give them kind of a baseline diploma and hope they're ready for school or for life after school. So what we did is we got together with a couple other organizations, mostly the Colorado Education Initiative and Colorado Succeeds, kind of combined forces, and we created this thing called the Homegrown Talent Initiative. And the Homegrown Talent Initiative had a real clear goal. We wanted to support the development of lifelong learners rooted deeply in the context of community assets and needs, so homegrown, through cultivating solidifying partnerships between often siloed organizations. What we wanted to do is help more students develop awareness of their strengths, interests, and values, provide them with more in-depth learning and training through deep interactions with professionals in work environments, develop relevant skills and credentials aligned with local workforce demands, and provide students opportunities to gain actual work experience, and not just the students who are typically going into career and tech ed programs, but all kids. We think all kids should have access to these deep career connected learning, relevant, real world, exciting learning experiences while they're in K-12, so that they actually have a vision for what they might want to do, what they need to do in order to be ready to do that work, and also to be developing those kind of essential skills and dispositions that we know that when we talk to employers, they say, yeah, we want the kid to have our technical skills, but you know what we really want them to be able to do? Problem solve, think critically. We want them to be able to communicate. We want them to know how to work on a team and collaborate. Well, these are all things that are hard to learn when you're sitting at a desk listening to someone lecture, which is what typical school often feels like to kids. So what we want to do is create more opportunities for more students to experience what we think of as career connected learning. We're kind of, there's an anchor concept that has driven this whole idea, and it's a made up word. We call it the educonomy. The idea that we said, remember in that slide a couple slides ago, we said partnerships between often siloed institutions. Those siloed institutions are K-12, often is like a fortress. No one knows really what's going on in K-12 besides K-12. Then you've got higher ed, same thing, fortress. They're working on their own issues and they don't really talk to K-12 that much, and K-12 doesn't really talk to higher ed very much. And then you've got this other really important entity called industry, the economy, that local, like where work happens. And no one's talking to them. So when the people show up, what do they say? These kids aren't ready to work. And then the higher ed people will say, these kids aren't ready for higher ed. And K-12 will say, we're doing the same thing we've been doing for 120 years, even though we're 120 years later. So what we've done is we've asked, can we get all these organizations together and do some redesigning, rethinking about what's possible in schools? What types of experience can we design to prepare students that are more ready to go out after their K-12 experience and experience success? And one of the things that we're kind of excited about is this comes out of Mark Moore. He's out of Harvard, and he talks about how do you create public value, and it's called Moore's Triangle. And public value, meaning what value do we have in our community institutions, in higher ed, in K-12? Why would business owners and community members support those? Frank was just talking about mill levy overrides. Well, why would anyone pass a mill levy override unless they saw an inherent public value and understood what the value of their schools are? That's why you would say, yeah, I'll support that with my local money if I knew what the public value is. So what we talk about is that public value is a manifestation. It actually comes out of this interplay between these three elements. You've got the public value. So it's a shared understanding of what is school for? What does school do? What is the purpose and value of school? That actually, and why I love this is because Mark Moore has the arrows going both ways. The public value actually gains legitimacy and support, but through that legitimacy and support, that interaction with the community, it actually informs the public value. That's feedback loops. That's the community saying, hey, we do support our schools, but you know, you guys should do X, Y, and Z. And then the schools are like, ooh, that's a good idea. We should do more of X, Y, and Z. Then you go down to operational capacity. We're not good at doing X, Y, and Z. We should go down and we should develop that skill. X, Y, and Z starts to develop. That's organizational capacity. That new capacity actually reinforces legitimacy and support. There's this, and we talk about this isn't a one-time thing. You're constantly circling the triangle. So you're constantly going back to your community and saying, so what do you think now? We've been doing this. Has this been a better experience for you? It is, but we'd also like to do a couple, so this is like a constant process of working with your community to get this edge economy going, where the educational systems are both promoting, supporting, providing resources for, and getting the legitimacy and support of their community and their economy. So it's all about building these community partnerships and understanding that school doesn't just happen within the walls of the traditional schoolhouse. Learning can happen in lots of different ways, and we call it through career connected learning. And that's what I'm going to talk about a little bit today. But the type of engagement, I just threw this slide in here. The type of engagement, it's a different type of engagement. When we talk to Don Haddad's the superintendent in St. Vrain. And in many cases, a lot of people look at St. Vrain right now as this humming edge economy. Every time the school district gets better, a new company actually moves into town. Smuckers just built a plant in Longmont. It has 1,000 jobs in it. And when you ask Smuckers, why did you build in Longmont? They say St. Vrain Valley School District. So then St. Vrain Valley School District goes and actually works with the new Smuckers executives and the people running that organization say, so what do you need? What do you want from our school district? What are you looking for? And they say, we need people that can do this type of machining, this type of sales, and this type of, and then St. Vrain goes back and says, how can we build our organizational capacity to do that? This is like pushing way over to the right side of this chart into collaborating and empowering. It's a different type of engagement, and I don't even like the word engagement. It should say the spectrum of community partnership, because when you're up there, you're in true partnership. And that's what we're trying to help the schools and districts that we're working with through homegrown talent. And we're not doing it just for, and I'm about to show you where we're at, just for these 8 rural communities. We're trying to create some exemplars. Hey, look at how these communities are working differently with their communities. And we're right at the beginning of this process. This is like a 10-year process. St. Vrain's been doing it since, well, Don's been there since 2007. So it's a long time to build up these like virtuous cycle relationships, but we think it's the only thing that's actually going to transform education. These are the communities we're working with, 3 of which I didn't introduce myself very well though. I've been at CEI for 5 years, but just to let you know, West Slopers. So I came to Colorado in 2007 as the principal of the high school in Telluride. Lived in Telluride for 5 years. And then I went down to Montezuma Cortez School District in Cortez, and I was the superintendent of schools there for 4 years. So I spent most of my time here in Colorado, living on the West Slope, and that's like, for me, that's home. I live in Denver now, but when I get a chance to go on vacation, I'm either in Telluride or I'm down like at Boggy Draw, mountain biking in Cortez. So West Slope's where it's at. And I do consider Frank, of course, is a West Sloper in Grand County. And that would be my 3rd place to go, is to go hang out in Granby. So that's where I love being, and I always hunt in Telluride in San Juan. So I'm one of you guys, by the way. But you can see that 4 of our 8 communities, East and West Grand, we call them the Grands because this was a really unique. School districts are funny. School districts are pretty territorial, especially with their neighbors. But East and West Grand said, hey, you know what? We want to do this as a Grand County initiative. And I thought that was an amazing proposition, and it's been very successful. We also have a homegrown talent initiative program, both in Montezuma Cortez School District in Montezuma County and in Durango School District in North Platte County. Also, you could see Fremont in Florence but that's in Fremont County. We've got Elizabeth and up in Holyoke, we've got another. One of the things we do with these communities, and we think this is a real important lever, that we remember that graduate guidelines graphic I had up there. Almost always, the only thing that's described in graduate guidelines are they need 4 credits of math, 3 credits of social studies, 3 credits of English. So it's just all about academic achievement. We think graduates deserve and need a much richer, broader description of what is quality for a graduate. It's almost like what Michelle was talking about. We do have a strong viewpoint on accountability. We don't really wade into whether it's tests or what the measure. We think academic achievement should be one of the things that we study if we're just deciding if a school district like levels of quality. but we think there's a lot more to it than academic achievement. That's one thing, but we should also be talking about what are the other competencies and qualities we want as outputs of the educational experience. This is the West Grand, since we've been talking about Frank, I'm going to talk about his neighbor, West Grand School District's profile of a learner. They say that what they're focused on is excellence in learning, leading, and engagement. And so they've just defined 6 competencies and 2 foundations. Their 6 competencies are, our kids are going to be knowledgeable. They're going to have a solid foundation in, the foundations of academics. They're going to be empowered. They're going to be lead by example. They're going to own their own learning. They're going to be adaptable. They're going to be able to take risks and manage risks and be entrepreneurial. They're going to be inquisitive. We want them to look at problems and want to solve those problems. They want to learn about those problems and be critical in their thinking. We want them to be connected. So that's collaboration and communication. We want them to be open-minded. We want them to be curious, to learn with respect and to engage other people from where they're at. And then their foundational ideas are, they believe that partnerships are really important. And they also say that the foundation of the school can provide those opportunities for those learning experiences that will build those other 6 competencies. Once they created these, what we see lots of school districts doing, and this is like the what of post-secondary and workforce readiness, we think that they look at how can we really help students through all of these stages of career-connected learning. From on the very far left, this is like the lowest level, the easiest ways for people to engage in career-connected learning through self-identity and career awareness, knowing what's out there. Then the next one is educational and career pathways exploration. So I'm not like choosing a career right now. This is like middle school, right? So I'm gonna go out. They call this sniffing over in Switzerland when they talk about their apprentice model. It's out there. I just want to know, hey, that smells good to me. That doesn't smell so good. So it's like these are the types of careers that I'm kind of excited by, that get me enthused. And then you get to that next level up where they kind of are saying, hey, I think I know the pathway that I want to start focusing on. And this is where they start to develop those skills and competencies, both the essential, what we call the soft skills, and the technical skills that will prepare them for success in that industry. And then they get into career entry. So this is the actual like experiencing of those careers and getting into the career. So we think school really is those first 3. We should have opportunities for kids K-12, starting at the elementary level, to start thinking about what am I going to do with this stuff that I'm learning after school. And what we're learning is you don't like lock them in. That's one of the pushbacks against some of the European models for apprenticeship, is once they get into a pathway, they're there. Like it's hard, it's not malleable. They can't get in and out of it. I haven't seen a single US system that has done this well, build those structures in. And when you hear kids at the end report back, they'll do, for instance, Pooter School District has been doing these deep career pathways, career academies, they call them, for years. And when they interview their kids that are 2 or 3 years out of high school, what they find is less than 10% are actually studying or in the career pathway that they chose in high school. But the kids value the experience through the roof because they say, you know what I did learn? And they name all these essential skills and dispositions that you don't hear the regular graduate of a US high school name. Things like, I had to learn to work in a team. I had to learn how to show up at business, meaning come on time, come with a positive mental attitude, want to collaborate, want to work with other people, want to learn and get better and grow. These are the types of things that kids benefit inside of these career connected learning continuum, where a regular school I went to English and then I went to social studies, then I went to science, and then I went to PE, and then I went to business, and then I had lunch, and then I went to graphic design, and then I went home. That's not connected. That's just a bunch of little learning experiences, and they don't have a meaning to them. So this is what Homegrown Talent Initiative districts are working on. Some of the things that they do, they create career fairs and career exploration, and they build units around careers things like capstones and project-based learning where it's more hands-on, it's more real-world and relevant. Credentials and certificates. This is, in many cases, very similar to traditional CTE programs, but what we're seeing the Homegrown Talent Initiative doing is massively expanding that. So more students are having opportunities and are being really inspired to go into a credentialing program. Internships where students are going out and doing kind of short to midterm, a month to a semester with the company to learn about what they do. So they might do this for just like a period of time a day. Then you've got youth apprenticeships. These are more of an employer-driven model that are like on the job. Usually with youth apprenticeships, it's more of an intensive experience where they're actually learning, they're apprenticing to get into that job. There's a program called PTech, which is Partnerships with Technology, and I don't even remember, early college. I think that's what it is. And it says right there, partner. No, it doesn't say. So, but PTech is a formal partnership between higher ed, the business and industry, and the K-12, where the students graduate after 5 years of high school, but they graduate with an associate's degree and they've done a full apprenticeship inside that project. And then the last one I think is really interesting, and almost no one ever does this, but partnering with the community to do externships. So it's actually the teachers that are going into business and industry and learning about what is happening. So if I'm a math teacher, I might go and spend the time in a manufacturing plant and saying, okay, I want to figure out what is all the things that you're doing and how my math that I teach students makes that possible. So what it does is it allows the teachers to get more of a plugged-in approach to why they teach what they teach and how it's being applied in the real world. Because every student asks the teacher, how am I ever going to use this in the real world? So through externships, the teachers go, let me tell you how, because they've done this externship. They can explain it. So we've got just a couple of minutes left. And I want to pose a question out there and see if some of you will come off mute. But I also want to invite you to put in some ideas in the chat. But how might you, so each of you represents different parts of the West Slope, how might you work with your community to build the edge economy? And do you think there's an appetite for this in your community? And what would it take? What like if Christian was going to go and Michelle Murphy were going to say, hey, is there a policy lever for us to pull to increase things like this? What would it take? So I'm wondering if anyone wants to jump in after I just talked nonstop for 21 minutes.
And Alex, you do have a question in the chat too.
Oh, the fact. So I love this question about fact checking social media. First of all, what's been we've learned two things from this work. One is when you get all the different voices in the room to build like a graduate profile, people start to mix up and have real honest conversations, and they realize we have a lot more in common than we have different across lines of difference. And they start, because they say, what do you value? What do you want for outcomes for students? And they start naming things and they look at each other like, well, I want that too. So there's a lot of similarities that come. And then when we talk about fact checking for social media, a lot of times that's built into that critical thinking. It's like, remember that in the West Grand School District, they have inquisitiveness. It's like, are you going to believe everything that's offered to you? Or are you going to go and check? How do you check? What is truth? How are you going to make sure that you verify things so that you don't just buy things that are put out there? So that's exactly what we're trying to do through these learner profiles or graduate profiles is push school districts to say, okay, now, if you really believe that critical thinking is important, what opportunities and what skills, how are you going to help people practice that? And often what they do is they do it through literacy media and practicing on, okay, we're going to give you 3 stories. Which one's right? And what they usually find out is that parts of all of those were right, and parts of all of those were opinion, and parts of all of those were skewed, So I'm looking for any other questions.
Ray Beck has his hand raised.
Thank you, Christian. Holy smokes. What is it, Mr. Carter?
I know it's a lot.
So,
That's why I
Alex,
like-
first of all, I would say that if anybody on this call hasn't got to feel some of your excitement there, then we're all kind of just dead in the water. But I can tell you right now, your passion is spilling over, at least from my perspective, and I really do appreciate what you're trying to accomplish there. And I've noticed that in the last year, 6 months, that the DEI has been more common in college, at the college level. And now to see this being brought in at the K through 12 level, I think that's significant. And so to answer your question, just off the cuff, I would say that it's going to take a whole bunch of Alex Carters throughout the state, throughout Western Slope, to get this initiative moving forward. And probably the first thing that needs to happen is there needs to be more conversations with higher education and getting that staff in line with the K through 12 staff, or the high school staff, if you will, to move this thing forward and pass that passion on, if you will. And along with DEI comes retention, recruitment programs, and opportunities. So if all that can happen simultaneously, I think that we have a better opportunity of keeping our kids in school and getting them on a career path, if you will, which will also benefit the local economies. Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. And also thanks for bringing up DEI as a part of this project, Ray. And also I see Ziska also wrote in there asking about, or maybe, hold on, who was it? Boy, now I'm losing it. Anyway, a big part of this was we didn't want just the usual suspects being part of the development of this educon. We really made lots of efforts with our host communities, and all the work happened inside the communities. We were just coaching at CEI and Succeeds. We really just coached our communities, but we were always asking the question: how are you making sure that the entire community voice is being brought to the table and is around the table when we're deciding what do we need, what do we want for our students? And we were really about getting equitable voice and making sure we were identifying which of the communities right now are furthest from opportunity, and how are we making sure that they are being included. So down in Cortez and in Durango, it was often inviting the Mountain Ute tribe or the Southern Ute tribe to show up. When we were up in Holyoke, there's a large Latinx community that we're like, hey, how are we bringing them to the table to really explore how are we serving their kids, and what do we want? What do they want for their kids, and what opportunities are out there? So it's been really gratifying experience saying this is about building community, building understanding. One of the things that inevitably happens is people start looking out to state level or national level issues, and we just push it right back. We're like, hey, let's just focus on local, because if we focus on the local and immediate, we think the other stuff will work itself out, or we're not in control of that. And that's been a really beneficial part of this project. I'm way over time though, Christian. Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, Alex, I hate to cut you off, but I do want to give Catherine her time. And I think she made a great comment in the chat box too about what CMC is doing with that. But I want to introduce Catherine Reggio. I want to get her last name right. Reggio, Vice President of Academic Affairs at Colorado Mountain College, and she's got some, I think, pretty exciting news about what higher ed is, what direction they're heading, and some things that they've done in the past year too. So, Catherine.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. And then also, I didn't know exactly the format of the meeting since this is my first meeting, so thank you very much. And I do have a presentation that I can share. Is that okay if I share my screen? Okay. And
Catherine, will you say your last name?
Sure. Frank had it right. It's Reggio. And I always like to say, because, I never get that question. It's reg like regulation and yo like yo-yo. Reggio.
Good job, Frank. You did not say what I typed you over, so that's good.
All right, so and again, I apologize, and in future meetings, I'll probably have something that's more very tailored to this meeting. But what I thought I would do to try and provide a landscape is, we recently did a presentation for the Department of Higher Ed. And if you can see, so I figured I would present to you in the scope of CMC, but then also weave in and out of where that sits within the larger landscape of higher education. When you think about CMC and how we're structured, multiple campuses, multiple programs, associates, bachelor certificates, all of these different genres of education, working with our K through 12 partners, we kind of cover the gamut and what the trends are in higher ed. And I also didn't know how much you had heard about kind of what happened with higher ed when the pandemic hit. So this kind of covers a little bit of those things to try and get a good landscape. And I'll try to move as quickly as I can. From the beginning, I apologize. There we go, and slide. Okay, so a little bit about Colorado Mountain College very quickly. We have about 15,000 students. That is covered in 11 campuses over 12,000 square miles.
Catherine, I think we're seeing the PowerPoint view.
Oh, you're seeing the PowerPoint view. Oh, goodness.
So I think you need to share screen again.
Okay, stop sharing technology. Share
I know.
Screen. Okay. Are you seeing the main presentation now?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. Okay, so we have a variety of state age ranges. We are this year have received a designation to qualify as an Hispanic serving institution. So we'll talk a little bit more about that landscape. A little bit about our programs. And again, we are a mixed institution offering 2-year and 4-year degrees. One of which parlays very nicely into an earlier conversation is our education program that now serves a baccalaureate degree option for both early childhood education and elementary education. So now let's see if I can toggle to the next slide. There we go. So what happened in enrollment, right? That's one thing people are asking, what's happening? Because that is an economic pipeline, of course. So at CMC, we actually had a 60% increase in enrollment in the summer, which is largely because we offered our summer free for our communities. So that was not a common thing, not a common trend in higher education. But to speak to kind of an earlier conversation, since we are funded directly by our communities, and we had a lot of limitations on how we could spend that money for our communities going in, coming out of the spring semester when the pandemic hit, we decided just to simply turn around and give the tuition reduction all the way to 0 to our communities. In fall, we did see a decrease in students, about 11%. And by spring, we started to see an 8% increase. And so the trend for the entire year for many institutions has been a downward slope. We seem to have, had a decrease followed by an increase. So we're hopeful that that increase, continues to be seen, and that we start to see return to kind of expected levels of education, knowing that that goes directly into the workforce development of our communities. So that's where we are. Okay, one of the things that's very top of mind in higher education right now is the notion of equity, especially during the pandemic when it comes to persistence and completion. So in looking at what happened during the pandemic, what is happening, a couple of things to note is that persistence for the first time really started to trend back upwards when we went from fall of 2020 into spring of 21. It had been decreasing since the pandemic began until this last semester. What is interesting to note at CMC is that our Hispanic and Latino students are outperforming in persistence as compared to our Caucasian students. That is a different trend than from what many institutions in higher education are seeing, where their BIPOC populations had seen greater decreases in persistence and greater inequities, at least numerically speaking, than what we were witnessing here. And I think part of that is just being a local college district designed to serve local students. Our students have a place to stay. We were providing high access points to Wi-Fi and internet if it was not available in their homes, which we know is a challenge in the rural area. And so we were working through all those mechanisms to try and provide those persistence available options. Interestingly, where we are seeing a very large decrease across higher education is in a male population. And so there's a lot of discussion around how can we encourage male persistence, male completion in an era where, for whatever reason right now, we are not seeing the same value of return on investment in higher education for our male population than for the female population. And so we have to really thoughtfully consider that, what is driving that. So what happened, right? We're here almost on a year, and I actually remember walking out of my office Friday, March 13th, 2020, having just delivered saying, okay, everyone has 10 days to put all of your classes online, and we're not going to come back to work for a while, I guess. Because of that, even a year ago, it was like, I guess we're not coming back. And sure enough, we didn't. And so about 70% of our enrollment was either in an asynchronous course. This is common across the United States, of course. Within colleges that have high touch, high experiential programs like CMC, there was a large dedication to make those run in person. For us, that meant our nursing, paramedic, law enforcement, to make sure that we keep the supply of critical employees available for our communities. We also provided limited housing options in accordance with policies, which was very similar to what the nation did as a whole. Things that we've invented, every college has invented things. For us, it was a virtual drop-in tutoring system where, interestingly, when you think about the Western Slope and rural, some things you do and you think, why didn't we ever do these before? And what virtual drop-in tutoring has done is actually provided access to tutoring in about 39 subjects that is free across our entire mountain communities. In the summer, we also did this for our K through 12 partners as well, starting in the spring and in the summer for families who were just really struggling with online school and thought we could provide some tutoring support for them. So they were able to access our drop-in tutoring system as well. So that is something that was really wonderful and we'll plan to keep. Rolling virtual scheduling for registration and counseling has provided greater access again across our 12,000 square miles. And then finally, the faculty development piece. I will say probably a major trend over all of higher education is that when you speak to a faculty member now and ask them how their course is going, they sound a lot like IT people. They know things that I'm like, ooh, I got to get it back into the classroom because I don't know what you just said related to the applications and technologies that you're using. It's really quite phenomenal how much has been learned in so little time. So summer, just so you know how we supported Western Slope and how that works. We had launched a CMC response program where tuition and fees were waived for 2020 summer. We had specialized curriculum for our resort partners where displaced employees could come and get right into a class in hospitality, culinary, tourism to support kind of a continuation. So we didn't lose that workforce too far before we were going to need them again. We offered several back to business strategies for small businesses who were really trying to navigate the pandemic. There were all kinds of grants and applications and loans available that as a small business owner, we don't always know how to do those things. And so we had a whole series of seminars designed to help support our small businesses and business communities. Many of us served as free consultants for strategic planning, marketing planning, budgeting, finance, so on and so forth. And again, those free virtual tutoring options for our K-12 students were kind of our summer initiatives. What are students saying, right? When we think about education and we think about what our K-12 partners students are saying and what we're seeing, our students want to be in person again. But interestingly, they really like the flexibility of that virtual offering. So what we're seeing now is that we're starting to offer both for the fall, and we still see this migration to online, but people say they want in person. So we're going to see where that leads. Finally, in-person learners, and this is our, K through 20, it's really something we're going to have to think about. And that is, we have this whole population now of in-person learners who've been trying to exist in an online learning world. And they're not the same, and they're not the same person. And so if you think about the stranger in a strange land, we have lots and lots of students K through 20 who are now in this space where they've been a stranger in a strange land. And so how can we just be better all over? How can we be better online? How can we be better in person to help close some gaps that we're all going to have to think about here in the coming years? The students love the virtual tutoring and the expanded library support. And I will say this from a K through 20 perspective, what has been really lovely about this is that asking for help is often associated with the stigma, and the virtual experience of services available when you need help has really made a huge difference. We see more tutoring access and more library access and more people asking for help because they don't feel like they have to be walking into somewhere special designed for people who need help, as opposed to I'm just asking for help and here I am in this virtual space. So something to consider in terms of how we support services and academic support going forward. And then finally, we're all here on probably what is the 40th Zoom presentation you may be on this week. Zoom fatigue is real, and it's real for everyone, students, faculty, staff alike, and really thinking about how we support the mental health of all of our individuals in that fatigue area is also something of high consideration in higher ed right now. So I'll stop there. I hope that was at least a good overview for this first meeting. And if you'd like to know something else or like to see something else for the next meeting, I'm all ears. And thank you for your time.
Catherine, thank you. And I don't know how familiar you are with the RISE grant that CMC got.
Yes.
If you are, do you mind speaking to that a little bit? Because I think that could literally almost be in every community. So.
Absolutely. So we are very excited, and we're kind of sitting here ourselves still saying, okay, what could this possibly mean? And what this is doing is that we've received a grant that is essentially a direct pass through to our high schools. And it equips every single high school in our footprint with a virtual classroom that is, to be candid about it, done up right. Right? It's going to have the screens and the cameras available so that if you have students who are in different high schools, they can connect with one another, that all then connect with the college. And so this can provide such an enormous amount of flexibility and opportunity for our school districts to advance their efforts in concurrent enrollment through the use of coordinated concurrent enrollment offerings. So we'll use an example that is very acute in the concurrent enrollment desire space. A lot of school districts would like to have college level communications as an example, as a course that they would want to offer for concurrent enrollment. The credentialing, however, is very difficult in communications. You do need to have a master's in communications, which not many high school faculty have. And truthfully, it's very difficult for us to recruit at the college level as well. But now with the connected technology and the connected classrooms, we can have a communications professor run a course or a series of courses where those students can connect in each of their classrooms, in each of their communities, and join a college level communications live stream course. And so this is very exciting. It really gives us a chance to talk about how we look at degree completion at the associate's level or the Associates of Applied Sciences level, beginning with concurrent enrollment and really starting to advance what I like to call that 9 through 14 model, right? Where you can have good amounts of concurrent enrollment that allow a student to finish even in 4 years or 5 years or 6 years, but they come with that set that's really built into their high school experience, readying them for college.
Thank you. It's really exciting news to think that we'll be able to, in the near future, kind of be just the offerings we can have for our kids, right? I mean, it's going to expand that dual credit concurrent enrollment probably tenfold or more. So.
Absolutely. It's, when we try to think about the possibilities, you start to swirl a little bit. And I think one of the things that will, if there's ever incentive at all, and again, I'm still kind of sort of, figuring out what matters most to you to hear. But in order to really make a connected classroom work that connects all of our school districts together with the college, that's a lot of communication in and amongst several school districts, and how many different bell schedules, and what do we offer, and how do we offer it, and how do we access this? And so incentives to really collaborate in the concurrent enrollment space for our rural communities, I think would be a really important consideration, because it is difficult. Even within, I sit in Eagle County and I work in both Eagle and Garfield personally. But even within Eagle County with our 4 high schools, we have 4 different bell schedules. And so how do we collaborate to have a course offered in Calc 2, as an example, that all 4 of those high schools and more could participate in? It's a big conversation, requires a lot of work and a lot of trust in and amongst school districts and schools. And so how might we help and support that may be a consideration. Class on how to teach virtually. So what we have available, this is not an external offering, which I think may be what you're asking, and I love that idea. What we had been focused on initially is how do we train our own faculty to become experts in teaching virtually. So what we have now is a series of training videos that are done by both external partners and our faculty, and what some of the best practices are of teaching and learning online. So I'm going to take your idea, if you don't mind, and see if we can package some of those up into an external class. I think that's a fabulous idea. Thank you for sharing that question.
And Harry Perulis is back. Harry, did you have a question for one of our presenters?
Can you hear me all right, Christian?
Yes.
Thank you. I wanted to go back to the conversation we had about accountability, and I'm not sure Frank might be able to address it, but the accountability, I don't know if doing our homework on how effective it is after a year like we've had, I don't know if it'd be a great use of time and money, because this has been a very, very awkward year this last year. But accountability is a pretty broad subject, because I think that everyone should know the data on participation, because there's accountability at every school, and it's monthly, and there's a district accountability committee that meets, and there is, in my experience here in District 51, there has been pathetic participation in accountability. And my second part to my question is, I'm really disturbed that I was such a history student as I was growing up, and we learned the history of America, and I see this cultural shift. So I think that at some point in time, our group should focus on our curriculum and this cultural revolution that's affecting our kids, because they are the future, and what we're doing now to make them part of our workforce, the work ethics and the history and who they are, I think is pretty darn important. So at some point in time, if we can address any of that now or later, I think they're very important subjects.
And Harry, I'll just let you know, there's currently a bill at the state level that would elevate the importance of bringing back history and some of the other subjects that have kind of fallen by the wayside since we've really increased our standardized testing and our importance that's been placed on standardized testing. And I've taken a look at it, and Club 20 currently is in a position of support on that bill. So hopefully that will help out somewhat in the future, but definitely a good point. Frank, did you want to respond?
Really good points there. With the accountability, as Michelle said, it was brought up last year, and then just because of the way the legislature, went on recess and came back for 5 days, it wasn't addressed. It's really looking at accountability over 10, 20 years, not this year. In fact, this year they've kind of stopped they say we're stopping the accountability clock for this year, because the data is just not going to be there to make any reasonable judgment of how places are going. So it's really looking at it long term, not just is it worthwhile this year or last year. So that's what that study is really, I think, trying to get at. And ultimately, it's really, I think you said it in a great way, Harry, but ultimately it's how do we define accountability and what should it be defined by? You know, should it be defined by how well a kid did on a test in April in math, or should it be a larger body of work and how well that kid's grown over, you know, the span of a year? So hopefully that clears it up a little bit for you.
Yep, thanks. I'm starting on the next generation now, and it's grandkids and not kids, but I just know the lack of participation, and there was a lot of indoctrination going on over the last 20 years getting my kids through school, and I've just seen it continue to grow. But right now, accountability, I mean, we're in a different way of educating the kids, and the accountability, one thing that I really think is lacking is I'm not bashful about saying I'm a proud Republican, and we got our butts handed to us this year because the teachers union. Well, you know, 20 years ago, all I asked for when I was going to accountability meetings is there any way we can evaluate teachers? And I was all about merit pay. I think teachers are the most valuable thing we can have right now to our kids. But I'm sorry, if the good teachers don't get paid good, whether it's in Craig or Grand Junction, they're all going to look for another job, or they're going to look to retire early. Water seeks its own level, and all teachers aren't the same. And an evaluation could be done. Our state should consider that, even if we do it by secret ballot. I mean, we're not out here to embarrass anyone, but that's a huge part of accountability, is not just the kids and evaluating them and their learning, but it's evaluating the teaching process as well.
Yeah, a lot of that does make sense, Harry. And we do have what I think is a really good evaluation system, but it's not tied to, it's just an evaluation, right? It's just between a principal and a teacher, and that's pretty much where it sits and dies. So to tie that to paying our great teachers better, that makes a lot of sense.
Thank you.
So we're about to wrap up. We have 4 minutes left, but is there any other questions? Or Christian, do we need to make any other announcements?
I have no announcements other than tomorrow's Public Lands and Water Joint Committee starts at 8:30 a.m. and will run through 11:30 a.m. And then certainly our gratitude today is with our sponsors. M4 Ranch Group sponsored our Agriculture Committee. The Energy Committee was sponsored by Chevron and Tri-State. And then the Public Lands and Natural Resources and Water Joint Committee tomorrow is sponsored by Mark and Kathy Fackler. So we're just extremely grateful for their continued support.
Okay. I do have one plea, I guess, for the members of Club 20 is that Christian came to our Western Slope Superintendent's Conference. God, seems like forever ago, in October.
It does.
And presented and just trying to encourage membership amongst our Western Slope school districts in Club 20 to give us, more of a voice at the Capitol and those things. So she has presented. The superintendents have heard and know, but it's easy for them to go back, and it really is. It's easy for us to go back to our districts and kind of forget about it. I do know that Ray, you worked with Scott over there in Craig, and now Moffat County School District is a member of Club 20. So I would encourage you to talk to your superintendents about becoming members and try to get as many West Slope school districts involved as we can. So I would love it if you would all go back to your local districts and do that.
We're in an inexpensive investment that hopefully, the school districts, and I think Frank can attest to this, is an investment that has really proven its weight. So
yeah, oh, definitely. To get that advocacy and that voice at the Capitol is huge, and so yeah, it's a very worthwhile, and it is a cheap investment for what we get in return. with, oh. Okay. I guess that's it. I had to read the last few comments, make sure there was no other questions. Again, thank you all for attending. And hopefully we'll see you all in a few weeks, I think, in Grand Junction in person. So thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.